Sometimes the mind notices something before you do. A shift in the room, a silence that feels wrong. You tell yourself it's nothing because that's easier. The people in tonight's stories did the same, until they couldn't anymore. I'm LURK. Leave a like, subscribe, and let's begin. During college, I lived in an apartment with a community pool. It was one of those places that felt made for being young. Cheap rent close to campus, shared spaces that turned strangers into friends without much effort. The pool was the center of everything in the summer. People studied there during the day, hung out at night, played music, laughed too loud, stayed longer than they should have. It felt harmless, familiar, safe. That night was during summer term. Classes were lighter, the weather was warm, and a bunch of us were at the pool drinking beers. Nothing wild, nothing reckless, at least not in a way that felt obvious at the time. Just friends sitting around, talking, joking, enjoying the break from real responsibilities. The kind of night you don't think twice about while it's happening. I remember the sound of the water. The way the pool lights reflected off the surface, the smell of chlorine mixed with warm concrete. People were in and out of the pool, some swimming, some just dangling their feet in. Music played softly from someone's speaker. It was relaxed, normal. One of my friends stood up and started running toward the pool. It wasn't unusual. People did it all the time. Run, jump, splash, laugh, climb out, repeat. We'd all seen it 100 times. No one yelled. No one thought to stop him. It didn't feel dangerous. It felt routine. But at the very last second, he changed his mind. Maybe he realized the water was colder than he expected. Maybe he slipped mentally before he slipped physically. Whatever the reason, he didn't commit to the jump. His body hesitated, but his momentum didn't. His feet slipped out from under him on the wet concrete. The sound he made when he went down is something I still hear sometimes. Not a scream, not even a word, just a sudden sharp noise of surprise and impact that instantly made every conversation stop. Time didn't slow down the way people say it does. It slammed forward all at once. His neck hit the edge of the pool. There was a split second where none of us understood what had happened. He was on the ground, awkwardly positioned, not moving the way someone normally moves after a fall. Someone laughed nervously at first, like people do when they don't want to believe something bad just happened. Then we saw his face. The laughter died immediately. There was panic. People rushed toward him, then froze because no one knew what to do. Someone yelled not to move him. Someone else shouted his name. He tried to speak, but his voice didn't sound right. His eyes were wide with shock and fear. That was the moment it hit me. This wasn't a bad fall. This was catastrophic. Emergency services were called. Minutes felt like hours. No one touched him. We all stood there in stunned silence. The beer cans forgotten. The music still playing quietly until someone finally turned it off. The pool light suddenly felt too bright, too harsh, illuminating something none of us were prepared to see. He kept saying he couldn't feel his legs. That sentence alone rewired something in my brain forever. When the paramedics arrived, they moved quickly, but carefully. Neck brace, backboard, controlled movements. Their seriousness made everything real in a way nothing else could. This wasn't a sprain. This wasn't something he'd laugh about later. He was taken away in an ambulance. And the pool emptied out without anyone saying much. People went back to their apartments in silence. No one knew what to say. No one knew how to process what we had just witnessed. Later, we learned the truth. He had broken his neck, just like that. One slip, one moment of hesitation, one wrong angle. His life changed completely in a matter of seconds. He never walked again. His upper body function was extremely limited. Everything he had planned, everything he assumed his body would always be able to do, was gone. I watched someone's life be ruined. That sounds dramatic, but it's not an exaggeration. I watched it happen in real time. I watched a carefree college night turn into the dividing line between before and after for someone I knew. Someone who had been laughing minutes earlier. Someone who had been healthy, strong, young. The worst part was how ordinary it all was. There was no extreme recklessness, no cliff diving, no dare, no fight. Just wet concrete and a split-second decision that couldn't be undone. That's what made it so terrifying. It could have been anyone. It could have been me. After that, I couldn't look at pools the same way. I noticed the slick concrete, the hard edges, the warning signs I had always ignored. I noticed lifeguards actually doing their jobs instead of blending into the background. I noticed how often people ran near water without thinking. I also noticed how quickly people forget. A few weeks later, the pool was busy again. People laughed again. People ran again. New students moved in who had no idea what had happened there. Life went on, because it always does, even when someone else's life has been permanently altered. But I didn't forget. I still think about him, about how unfair it was, about how fragile the human body really is, about how the line between normal and tragic can be so thin it's almost invisible. That night taught me something I wish I hadn't learned that way. You don't need monsters or violence or malice for something horrifying to happen. Sometimes all it takes is physics, bad timing, and a moment of lost balance. Listen to the lifeguard. Walk. That advice sounds boring. It sounds overprotective. It sounds like something meant to ruin fun. But it exists for a reason. Because concrete doesn't care how young you are. Because necks don't get second chances. Because consequences don't care if you meant to jump or not. I watched a single slip destroy a future. And that image has stayed with me far longer than any party, any beer, or any summer memory ever could. My family has always carried a story that feels too heavy to say out loud, even now. It is not the kind of story people like to believe, especially when it comes from a child. And maybe that is what makes it so frightening. This happened around 1930, long before modern forensics, before DNA, before people understood how deeply trauma could carve itself into a young mind. It is a story about love, jealousy, murder, and a truth that lived inside one little girl for nearly her entire life while no one believed her. My great-grandfather was already married to my great-grandmother. They had a small family, a modest home, and a life that, from the outside, probably looked normal for the time. But somewhere along the way, another woman fell in love with him. Her name was Lorraine. I do not know how they met, or how long the affair lasted, or what promises were made behind closed doors. What I do know is that Lorraine wanted him, and she was willing to do something unforgivable to get him. One day, while my great-grandfather was at work, Lorraine came to their home carrying a gun. There was no argument, no long conversation, no warning. My great-grandmother opened the door, probably expecting nothing more than an ordinary visitor. Lorraine shot her point blank. Just like that, a life ended in the doorway of her own home. Behind my great-grandmother stood my grandmother, who was around 3 years old at the time. She saw everything. She saw the gun. She saw the woman. She saw her mother fall. At 3 years old, she witnessed something that would define her entire life. Lorraine saw her too. For reasons we can only guess at, Lorraine chose not to kill the child. Maybe she thought my grandmother would not remember. Maybe she believed no one would take a child seriously. Maybe she simply could not pull the trigger on a child, especially as a mother herself. Whatever the reason, she lowered the gun and walked away. In 1930, crime scene investigations were basic at best. There were no fingerprints collected the way we know today. There was no DNA testing. Evidence could be missed, lost, or never gathered at all. Lorraine left no proof behind that anyone could use. The murder went unsolved. The case went cold. And life, somehow, went on. Eventually, Lorraine got exactly what she wanted. She convinced my great-grandfather to marry her. I do not know how she explained my great-grandmother's death to him, or what story she told about that day. I do not know how he lived with the loss, or how he justified bringing another woman into the same home where his wife had been murdered. What I do know is that he never learned the truth. He died believing whatever lie he was told. Lorraine had 2 children from a previous marriage, both older than my grandmother. I do not know what happened to her first husband. That part of the story has been lost to time, or maybe it was never spoken about at all. From the moment Lorraine moved in, my grandmother's world became something out of a nightmare. She was forced to live under the same roof as the woman who murdered her mother. Every day she saw her. Every night she slept just rooms away from her. As a child, my grandmother told anyone who would listen exactly what she had seen. She said Lorraine killed her mother. She said she watched it happen, but no one believed her. To the adults around her, it was easier to assume she was confused, grieving, or imagining things. Who would believe a small child accusing her stepmother of murder? People told themselves she was just struggling to accept a new family. They thought she hated Lorraine because she replaced her mother. They thought she had turned her grief into a story because the truth was too painful. It is an easy conclusion to reach if you do not want to look any deeper. Lorraine, meanwhile, played her role perfectly. To the outside world, she was the caring wife, the devoted stepmother, the woman who stepped in to help a grieving family. She knew my grandmother knew. That knowledge hung between them, unspoken but alive. Lorraine never had to say a word. Her presence alone was a reminder of what she had done and what she had gotten away with. My grandmother's childhood was filled with quiet cruelty. Lorraine favored her own children openly. They were spoiled, protected, loved. My grandmother was treated like an outsider in her own home. She was the black sheep, the problem child, the one whose feelings were always dismissed. Any anger or sadness she showed was used against her as proof that she was unstable or dramatic. The more she insisted on the truth, the less anyone listened. Imagine growing up like that. Imagine being absolutely certain of what you saw, replaying it in your mind over and over, while everyone around you tells you that you are wrong. Imagine living with the person who destroyed your life, knowing they are smiling because they know no one believes you. That kind of loneliness does something to a person. It teaches you to stay quiet. It teaches you that truth does not always matter. The moment my grandmother could escape, she did. She married my grandfather at the first real opportunity. She left that house and built a life of her own. She had 5 sons. She became a mother, and maybe in doing so understood even more deeply how monstrous Lorraine's choice had been. Still, she carried the knowledge with her. Still, people brushed it off. Even as an adult, she was told she had an active imagination as a child, that it was impossible, that there was no way she could remember something like that so clearly. Years passed. Decades passed. My great-grandfather died never knowing the truth. Lorraine continued her life, unpunished, untouched by the law. Then, when she was old and ill, when her body was failing and death was close, something changed. Lorraine landed on her deathbed, and there, at the very end, she confessed. She told everyone what she had done. She admitted she murdered my great-grandmother all those years ago. 57 years had passed since the murder. 16 years had passed since my great-grandfather had died. The confession came too late to save him from a lie, too late to bring justice, too late to give my grandmother her mother back. Lorraine may have been worried about her soul, about what waited for her after death. Whatever her reason, the truth finally came out, exactly as my grandmother had said all along. Even then, nothing officially changed. No documents were amended. No records were corrected. As far as the authorities are concerned, the case remains cold. Nearly 100 years later, it is still unresolved on paper. Even though the truth is known within the family, Lorraine was never charged. She never faced consequences in this world. What haunts me the most is not just the murder itself. It is the fact that my grandmother always knew. From the moment it happened, she carried that truth alone. She lived with her mother's killer. She grew up surrounded by people who dismissed her pain, questioned her memory, and sided against her. She had no one in her corner. Her entire family stood on the side of a lie because it was easier, because it was more comfortable, because the truth was too ugly. That is what scares me. Not just that someone could commit such a crime and walk free, but that a child could tell the truth and be ignored for a lifetime. To live with that kind of knowledge, that kind of isolation, changes a person forever. It makes you question reality itself. It makes you wonder how many other truths have been buried because the wrong people spoke them first. This story drives me crazy because it reminds me how fragile justice can be and how easily truth can be silenced when it comes from a voice people do not want to hear. In the early years of the 20th century, long before DNA testing, long before modern missing person databases, and long before people truly understood how memory, grief, and hope could blur the truth, there was a little boy named Bobby Dunbar. His story became one of the most famous missing child cases in American history, not because it was solved, but because people believed it was solved when it really was not. Bobby Dunbar was just a small child when he disappeared. He went missing during a family outing, and in a matter of moments, he was gone. 1 second he was there, the next he had vanished, swallowed by the world around him. His parents searched desperately. Neighbors helped. Authorities got involved. The case drew attention across the country. Posters were distributed. Stories were printed in newspapers. Everyone wanted to help find the lost boy. Days turned into weeks. Weeks turned into months. Eventually, nearly a year passed with no sign of Bobby. For his parents, the waiting must have been unbearable. Every day without answers would have felt like another loss, another confirmation that they might never see their child again. In a time when communication was slow and investigations were limited, hope faded quickly. Then, after all that time, something happened that felt like a miracle. Bobby's parents learned of a man traveling with a young boy who looked strikingly similar to their missing son. The child was around the right age. His features seemed familiar. His build, his face, the way he carried himself all stirred something deep in their hearts, desperate for answers. Bobby's parents went to see the man and the child for themselves. When they laid eyes on the boy, something clicked. They were convinced this was Bobby. They believed that after all this time, they had finally found their son. The relief must have been overwhelming. The hope they had buried rushed back all at once. They wanted to take him home immediately, but the story did not end there. The man traveling with the child claimed the boy was not Bobby Dunbar at all. He said the child belonged to another woman, the boy's real mother. Soon that woman came forward, insisting the child was hers. She said she had raised him. She said she knew him. She said he was not Bobby Dunbar. What followed was a legal battle that captured public attention. Two families stood on opposite sides, both claiming the same child. One side had grieving parents who had lost their son and believed they had found him again. The other side had a mother insisting that her child was being taken from her. In a time before scientific proof, the court relied on testimony, appearances, and emotion. In the end, the court sided with Bobby Dunbar's parents. The child was taken from the woman who claimed to be his mother and placed into the Dunbar family. He was given Bobby's name. He was raised as Bobby Dunbar. His return was celebrated publicly. A massive parade was held to mark the reunion. People cheered in the streets. Newspapers praised the happy ending. To the public, the story was closed. The lost boy had been found. Justice had been served. The child himself grew up believing that he was Bobby Dunbar. He lived his entire life under that identity. He went to school, grew older, built relationships, and eventually became an adult, all while carrying a name and a past that everyone told him belonged to him. If he had doubts, they were likely buried under the weight of expectation. Everyone around him believed he was Bobby, so he believed it too. He lived and died thinking he was the boy who once went missing. Decades passed. The story faded into history books, mentioned occasionally as a strange but resolved case from another time. For most people, it was nothing more than a curiosity from the past, but for his descendants, it was still personal. It was their family history. Then, many years later, science caught up to the truth. One of Bobby's granddaughters became curious about the story she had grown up hearing. With DNA testing now available, she saw an opportunity to confirm what everyone had always assumed. She contacted a relative from Bobby's biological family line, his nephew or a close blood relative, and asked for a DNA sample. The test seemed simple. It was supposed to confirm what history had already decided. Instead, it shattered everything. The DNA results showed that they were not related at all. There was no biological connection. That meant the man who lived and died as Bobby Dunbar was not Bobby Dunbar. He was someone else's child, taken from his real mother all those years ago. The boy everyone celebrated was not the missing child. The parade, the praise, the certainty, all of it was built on a mistake. The real Bobby Dunbar was never found. That realization changes the entire story. Somewhere, sometime in the early 20th century, a little boy vanished and never returned. While another child was given his name and his life, the real Bobby likely died alone, scared and forgotten. His parents spent their lives believing he came home, never knowing the truth. They died thinking they had their son back, never realizing they had been living with a stranger's child. At the same time, another mother lost her child in a different way. Her son was taken from her by the legal system. Her claims were dismissed. Her voice was ignored. History labeled her as wrong, even though she may have been telling the truth all along. She lived the rest of her life knowing her child was out there somewhere, alive but unreachable. What makes the story so disturbing is not just the mistake, but how easily it happened. People wanted a happy ending so badly that they accepted one without proof. Grief clouded judgment. Authority replaced truth. Once the decision was made, no one questioned it for decades. The child's identity became fixed, not because it was correct, but because it was convenient. The boy at the center of it all never had a choice. He grew up in a life that was not his own. His real name, his real mother, his real history were erased, and he never knew. He died believing a story that was never true. And the real Bobby Dunbar remains a mystery. His fate is unknown. He could have drowned. He could have been taken. He could have wandered off and died alone. No one knows. What we do know is that he was never found, and his story was overwritten by another child's life. That is what makes this case so haunting. It shows how fragile identity really is, how easily truth can be replaced by belief, how entire lives can be shaped by a single decision made without enough evidence. It also shows how justice can fail quietly, without malice, simply because people wanted closure more than they wanted certainty. Even today, nearly a century later, the real Bobby Dunbar is still missing. His name lives on, but his life does not. And that might be the most unsettling part of all. My brother became a police officer, knowing the job would be hard. But there are some calls that stay with you no matter how much time passes. Some scenes do not fade, they do not soften, they do not turn into stories you can tell lightly. They sit inside you, quiet but heavy, waiting for the moments when your guard is down. This was one of those calls. It started as a welfare check. A mother had not shown up for work, and no one could get in touch with her. At first, it did not sound like anything unusual. People miss shifts sometimes. Phones die, life happens. But enough time had passed that someone became worried. That worry turned into a call, and that call landed on my brother's shift. When he arrived at the home, there were no obvious signs of trouble from the outside. The house was quiet, too quiet. No movement, no sound, no response when he knocked. Eventually, they made entry. The moment he stepped inside, the air felt wrong. Officers learn to trust that feeling, the one that tells you something bad has already happened. They found the mother on the sofa. She had died there, alone. There was no sign of struggle, no mess, no chaos. Just a woman who had passed away quietly, sitting in the place where she likely rested at the end of long days. The cause of death mattered for the report, but in that moment it barely mattered at all. What mattered was what was next to her, her toddler. The little child had dragged a small diaper pad from somewhere in the house and laid down beside her. The pad was placed carefully, as if the child wanted to be comfortable, or maybe wanted their mother to be comfortable. No one knows exactly what was going through that tiny mind. What is known is that the child stayed there. They waited, they cried, they slept, they woke up, and they stayed, with no one to feed them, with no one to give them water, with no one to explain why their mother would not wake up. The toddler died of dehydration. That fact alone is almost impossible to understand. Dehydration is not fast, it is not sudden, it takes time, it means hours turning into days. It means hunger and thirst slowly growing while hope probably faded, inch by inch. It means a child too young to understand death, waiting beside the only person they trusted in the world. As if that was not enough, the house told its own quiet story. The lower cabinets in the kitchen were open. Drawers had been pulled out, not violently, not desperately, but with small hands doing their best. The toddler had been looking for food, looking for something familiar, looking for anything that might make the hunger stop or bring their mother back. Every open cabinet was proof that the child tried. That detail is the one that breaks my brother the most. Not the death itself. Not the silence of the house. Not even the sight of the toddler beside the sofa. It is the fact that the child tried to survive. Police officers see terrible things. They are trained to compartmentalize, to focus on procedure, to keep emotions in check so they can do their jobs. My brother is not the crying kind. He is steady. He is controlled. He is the person who stays calm when everyone else is falling apart. But this call broke through all of that. He still cries about it, not in front of people, not for attention. It comes out when he is alone or when something small triggers the memory. A child's voice in a store, a diaper aisle, a cabinet door left open. He will suddenly go quiet, and later you can see it in his eyes. That scene plays on a loop in his mind, as clear as the day it happened. What haunts him is imagining the time between the mother's death and the toddler's. The hours where the child must have shaken her, climbed on her, cried out. The moments where the toddler likely thought their mother was just asleep. Children that young do not understand permanence. They believe that if they wait long enough, things will go back to normal. The diaper pad tells a story of innocence that hurts to think about. The child did not curl up on the floor. They did not hide. They chose to be close. They laid down next to their mother, just like they might have done any other day. That single action says more than words ever could. The cabinets tell another story. A story of instinct, of a child doing the only thing they knew how to do when hungry, opening doors, searching, hoping. Each empty cabinet was another failure, another confusion, another moment of fear. When my brother talks about it, his voice changes. He does not describe it dramatically. He does not embellish. He says it simply, which somehow makes it worse. The simplicity makes it real. It makes it impossible to distance yourself from the reality of it. He talks about how quiet the house was, how small the toddler looked, how unfair it felt. Police work teaches you that life is unpredictable and cruel, but it does not teach you how to make peace with scenes like this. There is no lesson. There is no closure. There is only the knowledge that if someone had checked sooner, if one thing had been different, a life might have been saved. That thought is dangerous. It creeps in at night. It whispers questions with no answers. What if the employer had called sooner? What if a neighbor had noticed? What if someone had knocked on the door one day earlier? You can drive yourself mad chasing those what-ifs. My brother knows that logically. Emotionally, it does not matter. What stays with him most is the humanity of the scene. There was no violence, no crime in the traditional sense, just neglect by circumstance, just time passing without anyone noticing, just a system that failed quietly, without alarms or sirens. That makes it harder to process. There was no villain to blame, no one to arrest, no justice to serve, only loss. When people talk about traumatic police calls, they often imagine dramatic shootouts or dangerous arrests. They rarely think about scenes like this, scenes where the danger has already passed, but the damage is complete. Scenes where the officer arrives too late, not because of negligence, but because the world did not move fast enough. This call changed my brother. It made him more protective, more alert, more sensitive to signs that something might be wrong behind closed doors. It also made him quieter. Some stories cannot be shared easily. Some memories do not belong in casual conversation. The toddler never had a chance to grow up, never had a chance to forget, never had a chance to be believed. Like so many of the children in the stories we tell, their suffering existed only in that house, behind closed doors, invisible until it was far too late. That is what makes this story so devastating. It reminds you how fragile life is, how dependent children are on adults, how quickly everything can fall apart without anyone noticing. And it shows that even the strongest people, even those trained to face the worst of humanity, are still human. My brother is proof of that. He carries this call with him. He always will. And the fact that he still cries over it is not a weakness. It is proof that he did not lose his humanity along the way. And honestly, that might be the most My dad worked in a morgue during college in the 60s. That fact alone used to sound strange to me when I was younger, but to him it was just a job. It paid the bills. It fit around his classes. It wasn't something he talked about much unless someone asked. And even then, he usually kept it short. Death, to him, wasn't mysterious or dramatic. It was clinical, routine, quiet. The morgue he worked in was attached to a hospital, the kind of place that never really sleeps, but never fully wakes up either. Daytime was busy and loud, full of staff, carts, phones ringing, and people moving with purpose. Night shift was different. Night shift was still. Long stretches of silence broken only by footsteps, the hum of lights, and the occasional squeak of wheels on tile. That night, my dad was training a new hire. The guy was young, probably close to my dad's age at the time, new to the job, new to death in that very real physical sense. He had gone through orientation, paperwork, basic instructions. On paper, he knew what he was doing. In reality, it was his first night handling bodies without supervision, hovering over him every second. They were working the night shift, which meant fewer people around and more responsibility. The halls were dimmer. The air felt colder, even if it technically wasn't. The kind of cold that settles in your head more than your skin. At some point during the shift, they needed to move a body. Nothing unusual about that. Bodies were moved constantly from rooms to storage, from storage to examination areas, from examination to transport. This was just another task in a long list of tasks. The new hire was pushing the gurney. The body was fully covered with a sheet, tucked in neatly the way they always were. You couldn't see the face. You couldn't see the hands. Just the shape beneath the fabric, unmistakably human but already reduced to an object in motion. My dad was walking alongside him, explaining procedures, probably saying things like, "Watch the corners," or "Don't rush it," or "Keep it steady." Normal training stuff. Nothing tense. Nothing dramatic. The hallway was long and quiet. The wheels of the gurney echoed softly as they moved. The sound bounced off the walls and came back in a way that made the space feel emptier than it actually was. Fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, casting that flat, colorless glow that makes everything look slightly unreal. Then it happened. Without warning, the body under the sheet started to sit up. Not slowly, not gently. It moved enough that the sheet visibly shifted, the upper half of the body rising as if someone had suddenly decided to wake up. To the new hire, it looked exactly like a corpse coming back to life. There was no time to think, no time to ask questions, no time to process what logic or training might say. The guy screamed. It wasn't a controlled sound. It wasn't even a word. It was pure panic ripping out of him before his brain could catch up. He let go of the gurney instantly, like it had burned him, and bolted. He ran straight down the hallway, through the doors, out of the morgue, and he never came back. He quit on the spot, didn't finish the shift, didn't come in the next day, didn't even formally resign. He just disappeared from the job entirely, unwilling to ever step back into that space again. My dad, on the other hand, didn't run. He stopped. He sighed. And then he walked over to the gurney. He adjusted the body, smoothed the sheet back into place, and continued with the task like nothing extraordinary had happened. Because to him, it wasn't extraordinary. He already knew what it was. Apparently, a dead body can have muscle contractions. After death, the brain is gone, consciousness is gone, life is gone, but the body doesn't shut down all at once. Chemical processes keep happening. Muscles can tense and release. Gas can build up. Nerves can still fire in small, meaningless ways. In this case, it was the abdominal muscles. They contracted suddenly, pulling the torso upward just enough to make it look like the body was trying to sit up. No awareness, no intention, no resurrection, just biology doing one last cruel little trick. The more you know, I guess. But knowing doesn't make it any less unsettling. When my dad told me this story years later, he said it casually, almost like a fun fact. Something you'd mention over coffee, not something that would lodge itself in someone else's brain forever. He laughed a little when he talked about the guy running out and quitting. To him, it was just another example of how people think they're prepared for death, until they're face to face with it. To me, it was terrifying. I couldn't stop picturing it. A silent hallway, a covered body, the sudden movement, the sheet shifting, that moment where your brain screams, "This is wrong," before logic has a chance to intervene. Because no matter how much you tell yourself, it's just muscle contraction, just chemistry, just physiology, there's something deeply disturbing about a body that moves when it shouldn't. We're wired to believe death is stillness, finality, an ending. When something breaks that expectation, even for a second, it rattles something deep in the human mind. The new hire didn't have context yet. He didn't have experience. He didn't have the mental framework to say, "This is normal." All he saw was a body that was supposed to be dead suddenly moving, and that was enough. I think about how often that happens in life, not just in morgues. How people walk into situations thinking they understand them, thinking they're prepared, only to realize they aren't when something unexpected happens. How knowledge changes fear, how lack of it amplifies everything. My dad went on to finish college. He left the morgue job behind eventually, built a normal life. The story became just one of many strange things he'd seen in his youth. But the guy who ran out, I don't know what happened to him. Maybe he found another job. Maybe he never set foot near death again. Maybe that moment stayed with him forever, replaying in his head every time he tried to sleep. Because moments like that have a way of sticking, even when you know the explanation, even when you understand the science, even when you can explain it away in calm daylight words. There's something about seeing the dead move that doesn't fully leave you. It reminds you that the line between life and death isn't as clean as we like to believe, that bodies are machines that don't shut off instantly, that nature doesn't care about our comfort or our expectations. It also reminds you how fragile our sense of control really is. 1 second, you're doing your job, pushing a gurney down a hallway. The next, you're running for your life from something that wasn't even alive, and all because muscles twitched. The more you know, I guess. But sometimes knowing just gives you something new to be afraid of. I was still in elementary school, young enough that the world felt confusing but not yet dangerous in the way adults understand danger. I didn't have the words for instincts back then, but I remember the feeling clearly. That tight, uncomfortable sense that something was wrong, even though I couldn't explain why. I was about 10 years old. My little sister was 6. We were just kids, existing in that space where imagination and reality blur easily, where adults still feel like authority figures by default. The woman was our neighbor. That detail matters. She wasn't a stranger. She lived nearby. We had seen her before. She was familiar enough that her presence didn't immediately trigger fear. Familiarity creates trust, especially in children. That's part of what makes situations like this so dangerous. You're taught to be careful around strangers, but no one prepares you for the threat that comes wearing a face you recognize. She came up to us suddenly and urgently, like something important was happening. Her voice had a strange intensity to it. She told us she needed to get us to her car. She said she was going to save us. Save us from what? She didn't explain. Or maybe she did, and my brain didn't understand it. I just remember the word save being used over and over, like a spell meant to make everything make sense. Adults saving children is a story we grow up with. Firefighters save people. Parents save their kids. Teachers protect students. The idea of being saved sounds good when you're young, even if you don't know why you need saving. But something in me didn't believe her. As she rushed us toward her car, she pulled out a plastic wand, the kind you associate with toys, with bubbles, with harmless play. She sprinkled water on us with it, like she was performing some kind of ritual. The water droplets landed on my arms, my face, my clothes. It felt wrong. It wasn't playful. It wasn't gentle. It felt deliberate, purposeful in a way that made my skin crawl. Then she gave us grapes. That detail sticks with me in a way that's hard to explain. Grapes should be normal. Grapes are snacks. Grapes are something parents give you. But the way she did it wasn't normal. She insisted. She pushed them into our hands. She told us to eat them. I told my sister not to eat. I don't remember thinking through the reasons. I just knew. I told her quietly but urgently not to eat the grapes. I told her not to get in the car. I told her something wasn't right. My sister was smaller, younger, easier to control. She didn't understand what was happening. She was scared, confused, being rushed by an adult who sounded confident and certain. The neighbor started pushing her toward the car first. That moment is burned into me. Watching my little sister being moved ahead of me, closer to the open car door while I was trying to pull her back. I remember my heart pounding. I remember panic rising in my chest in a way I had never felt before. This wasn't the kind of fear you get from falling or getting in trouble. This was deeper, sharper. It felt like something irreversible was about to happen. I kept telling my sister not to eat, not to go. I kept trying to slow everything down. But the neighbor was strong, determined. She wasn't listening to me. She wasn't explaining anything. She was focused on getting us into that car. Then my mom appeared. I don't remember hearing her approach. I don't remember footsteps or shouting from far away. One moment it felt like we were trapped in this strange, frantic bubble, and the next moment, my mom was there. She ran up fast, full force, pure instinct. There was no hesitation in her. She grabbed us and pulled us away hard. I remember chaos, movement, voices raised, my mom yelling, the neighbor reacting. Everything happened so fast that it blurred together. I don't remember exact words. I remember the feeling of being yanked back into safety, my mom's hands tight on us, her body between us and the car. The neighbor didn't fight back for long. That's another thing that tells you everything you need to know. If this had been a misunderstanding, if she had truly believed she was helping, there would have been confusion, explanations, arguments. Instead, once my mom intervened, it was over. The moment authority appeared, the moment resistance showed up, the situation collapsed. I don't remember the police arriving, but I know things escalated quickly. I know adults talked. I know the neighborhood shifted. I know that family didn't stay. They moved away almost immediately, not slowly, not over time. They were just gone. Later, I learned that the woman had been institutionalized. That word didn't mean much to me as a child, but it carries weight now. It suggests that what happened wasn't just odd behavior or a misunderstanding. It suggests that professionals recognized something deeply wrong, something dangerous. As a child, I didn't fully understand what we had escaped. I knew it was bad. I knew my mom was shaken. I knew adults whispered about it, but the true meaning didn't hit me until much later. As an adult, looking back, the pieces line up in a way that makes my stomach turn. The urgency, the language about saving us, the ritual-like behavior with the water, the insistence on feeding us, the push to get us into the car, the immediate disappearance afterward. That wasn't random. I don't know exactly what her intentions were, and in some ways, that's worse. The unknown leaves room for every possibility. Kidnapping, delusion-driven harm, abuse, murder, some combination of all of it. The truth is, once we were in that car, control would have been completely gone. The fact that she focused on my sister first still haunts me. Younger, smaller, easier to overpower, easier to confuse, easier to silence. I think about how close she was to being inside that car, how close we both were, and I think about how different everything could have been. As I got older, the memory changed. At first, it was just a strange story from childhood, something unsettling but distant. Then, slowly, as I learned more about the world, it transformed into something else. It became fear, then anger, then grief for the version of reality we almost slipped into. There is a unique horror in realizing years later that you were in real danger as a child and didn't fully understand it at the time. Your body remembers the fear before your mind understands it. When the understanding finally catches up, it hits hard. I remember thinking about the grapes for a long time. Why grapes? Were they just bait? Were they meant to calm us? Were they drugged? I'll never know. But the fact that my instincts told me not to eat them still sends a chill through me. I don't know where that instinct came from, but I trusted it. I also think about my sister, how close she came, how she didn't understand what was happening, how much she relied on me and my mom in that moment. Children don't get credit for how brave they are, because bravery at that age doesn't look like courage. It looks like confusion mixed with fear. My mom saved us. There's no other way to say it. She didn't hesitate. She didn't freeze. She didn't ask questions first. She reacted with everything she had. I don't know what tipped her off in that moment, how she realized something was wrong so quickly, but she did, and that timing mattered. Afterward, life returned to normal on the surface. School continued, and days passed. The house on the street was suddenly empty. People stopped talking about it openly. Kids move on quickly when adults signal that it's over. But it wasn't over inside me. Even now, thinking about it, I feel that same tightness in my chest. That same awareness that safety is sometimes an illusion. That danger doesn't always announce itself clearly. Sometimes it comes disguised as help. Sometimes it comes smiling. Sometimes it lives next door. That experience shaped how I see the world, even if I didn't realize it at the time. It taught me to listen to discomfort, to trust that inner voice even when logic can't explain it. It taught me that adults can be wrong, unstable, dangerous, even when they seem familiar. It also taught me something about responsibility. At 10 years old, I tried to protect my sister. I didn't fully understand what I was protecting her from, but I knew I needed to act. That stays with you. The knowledge that sometimes, even as a child, you are the first line of defense. I wonder sometimes what would have happened if my mom had been a minute later, or if she hadn't seen us, or if she had assumed everything was fine because the woman was a neighbor. Those what-ifs are endless, and they all lead to the same conclusion. We were incredibly lucky. I don't know what happened to that woman after she was institutionalized. I don't know if she ever understood what she tried to do. I don't know if she was released or if she got help. And honestly, I don't want to know. Some doors are better left closed. What I do know is that my life and my sister's life continued. We grew up. We became people with memories, relationships, futures. All of that existed because one moment tipped the right way instead of the wrong one. When people talk about childhood danger, they often imagine obvious threats, dark alleys, strangers offering candy. But the truth is much quieter and more unsettling. Sometimes the threat is a neighbor with a calm voice and a car door already open. That memory still sits with me. It always will, not as constant fear, but as awareness, as respect for how fragile safety can be, as gratitude for instincts, for timing, for a mother who ran instead of questioning. And every time I think about it, I feel the same thing. Relief that I'm here. Relief that my sister is here. And a deep, lingering chill when I realize how close we came to disappearing. The life of Karl Denke is one of those real stories that feels worse than fiction, because no amount of imagination can soften what actually happened. Just thinking about it makes my stomach turn. There's something deeply unsettling about knowing that a person like this existed, lived among others, and went unnoticed for so long while doing things that feel almost impossible to comprehend. Karl Denke lived in Germany during a time when life was already hard for many people. Poverty, hunger, and instability were common, especially in the years following World War I. People were struggling just to survive. Food was scarce. Trust was often placed in neighbors because communities depended on each other. That environment made it easier for someone like Denke to hide in plain sight. He was described by those who knew him as quiet and soft-spoken. He kept to himself most of the time. He didn't draw attention. He wasn't loud, aggressive, or openly strange. In fact, many people considered him harmless. Some even saw him as polite. He blended in so well that no one suspected what he was doing behind closed doors. That contrast is one of the most disturbing parts. Behind that calm exterior, Denke was murdering people, Not just one or two, but numerous victims over a long period of time. The exact number will likely never be known, because many of his crimes went undetected and undocumented. People disappeared, and in those days, disappearances didn't always lead to investigations. People moved, ran away, or died quietly all the time. It was easy for someone to vanish without raising alarms. Denka didn't just kill his victims. He used their bodies in ways that feel almost unreal. He butchered them. He preserved their flesh. He pickled it, and then he sold it. He sold human flesh to starving citizens. That fact alone is horrifying. People who were desperate for food unknowingly consumed the remains of other human beings. They trusted what they were buying. They had no reason to believe it was anything other than meat. Hunger removes suspicion. Survival becomes the priority. Denka took advantage of that desperation in the most grotesque way imaginable. Even worse, he didn't stop there. He used the skin of his victims to make leather goods, clothing items, objects that were worn, touched, and used by others who had no idea where they came from. The idea that someone could walk around wearing something made from human skin without knowing it adds another layer of horror. It turns everyday objects into silent witnesses to something monstrous. There has been debate about whether Denka was a psychopath, mentally ill, or suffering from some kind of severe mental disability. Psychologists and historians have tried to understand what kind of mind could commit acts like these, but no diagnosis really makes it easier to accept. Labels don't undo what he did. They don't lessen the suffering of his victims or the horror of his actions. What makes the story even darker is how it ended. When Karl Denka was finally arrested, the truth began to come out. Evidence was found. The scale of what he had been doing started to surface. But before he could be fully questioned, before there could be a trial, before victims could be named and counted, he took his own life. His suicide cut off any chance of understanding him completely. There were no confessions spoken aloud, no explanations, no answers to the questions people desperately wanted to ask. Why did he do it? How long had it been going on? How many people were there? Did anyone ever suspect him? All of that died with him. That silence makes the story feel unfinished in the worst way. It leaves behind a sense of unease, like something was buried before it could be fully exposed. The fact that he chose death rather than facing what he had done only adds to the creepiness. It feels like a final act of control, denying the world any closure. What makes Karl Denka especially disturbing is not just the violence, but how ordinary he seemed. He wasn't a monster in appearance. He wasn't known for cruelty or rage. He was quiet, soft-spoken, reserved, the kind of person people overlook, the kind of person people don't question. That realization is hard to sit with. It forces you to confront the idea that extreme evil doesn't always announce itself. Sometimes it whispers, sometimes it hides behind politeness and routine. Sometimes it lives next door and sells goods to people who never suspect a thing. It's easy to imagine someone making a horror movie inspired by his life. The elements are all there: the secrecy, the cannibalism, the skin clothing, the quiet man with a terrible secret. But no movie could truly capture the weight of the real story. Fiction gives you distance. You can remind yourself it isn't real. You can turn it off. This was real. Real people were killed. Real people unknowingly ate human flesh. Real. Communities were affected, and the man responsible lived among them unnoticed until it was too late. That's what makes it so hard to think about. It's not just the acts themselves, but the setting, the hunger, the trust, the silence, the way suffering layered on top of suffering. Denka didn't operate in a vacuum. He exploited a broken world, and in doing so, made it even more horrifying. Even now, long after his death, the story still feels heavy. It's the kind of history that makes you feel sick, not because it's graphic, but because it's human. A human being did this to other human beings, and for a long time, no one knew. The fact that he was quiet and unassuming makes you question how well we really know the people around us, how much of someone's life is visible and how much is hidden, how easily we assume safety based on appearances. Karl Denke wasn't a legend or a myth. He wasn't a creature or a demon. He was a man. And that's what makes his story so deeply disturbing, because monsters aren't always loud. Sometimes they're silent, polite, and invisible. And sometimes the real horror is knowing that this isn't a story meant to scare you. It's a story meant to remind you of what has already happened and how easily it can be forgotten if we're not willing to look at it. I remember seeing a news report a few months ago that has never really left my mind. It wasn't one of those stories you forget after a day or two. It stayed with me, resurfacing at random moments, usually late at night when everything is quiet. The kind of story that makes you stop and think about how fragile life is and how terrifying the world can be, especially for children who have no power to protect themselves. The report was about a single mother who lived alone with her 3 daughters. The girls were very young. From what I remember, the oldest was around 11 years old, the middle one about 8, and the youngest maybe 5. They were all still at an age where they depended completely on their mother for safety, food, comfort, and love. She was the only adult in their lives, the person they trusted more than anyone else in the world. According to the report, something in the mother's mind had gone terribly wrong. It wasn't clear when it started or how long it had been building, but at some point she became convinced that her daughters were doing something dangerous or suspicious. The reason she gave later was chilling in how irrational it was. She claimed that her children were reading their books in a suspicious way. Not inappropriate books, not violent material, just books. Somehow, in her mind, that became a threat. That detail alone is hard to process. Reading is usually seen as something innocent, even encouraged. But to her, it became proof that something was wrong, something that needed to be stopped. It was clear from the beginning that she was suffering from severe mental illness, but knowing that doesn't make what happened any easier to understand or accept. What she did next was calculated and horrifying. She locked each of her daughters into their individual bedrooms. She separated them, isolating them from each other, cutting off any chance they might have had to help one another. I can't imagine the fear those girls must have felt in that moment. Being locked in your room by your own mother, not knowing why, not understanding what's happening, probably crying, calling out, confused and terrified. Then she went to the oldest daughter's room. The report said that she attacked her with a knife, stabbing her dozens of times, 50 or 60 times. Even writing that number feels unreal. It's impossible to imagine that level of violence being inflicted on a child, especially by the person who gave birth to her. The oldest girl suffered unimaginable injuries. At some point, when the stabbing didn't kill her, the mother used other means to try to finish what she had started, including striking her in the head with a pickaxe. What makes this even more horrifying is that, despite all of this, the girl didn't die. Somehow, through sheer will, luck, or something else entirely, she stayed alive. While this was happening, the youngest daughter managed to escape her own room. In a moment that feels almost miraculous, she didn't run alone. She went to her middle sister's room, helped her out, and the two of them escaped the house together. A 5-year-old grabbing an 8-year-old and running for their lives is something that shouldn't ever have to happen. Those 2 children did something incredibly brave, something no child should ever be forced to do. The oldest daughter couldn't escape. She was trapped. After failing to kill her through direct violence, The mother did something even more unthinkable. She set the house on fire, leaving her injured daughter inside. She burned the house down with her child still in it. At that point, it feels impossible that anyone could survive. And yet, somehow, the oldest daughter did. Emergency responders found her alive, badly injured, burned, and clinging to life, but alive. The report said that she is now in such a fragile condition that she is, quite literally, a sneeze away from death. Her body has been through more trauma than most people experience in an entire lifetime, let alone before reaching her teenage years. She survived the stabbing. She survived being beaten. She survived a house fire. But survival, in this case, doesn't mean recovery. It doesn't mean healing in any normal sense. It means existing on the edge of life, carrying physical injuries that may never fully heal, and emotional wounds that will likely stay with her forever. The mother was arrested. What made the story even more disturbing was how she appeared afterward. In every video clip, every photo, every court appearance shown on the news, she was smiling. Not nervously, not awkwardly. She was smiling in a way that felt deeply wrong given what she had done. There was no visible remorse, no grief, no confusion, just a calm, almost content expression. Seeing that smile made my stomach turn. It's one thing to hear about violence. It's another to see the person responsible appear completely detached from the horror of their actions. It reinforced the idea that she was profoundly unwell, but it also made the situation feel even more unsettling. There was no sense that she understood the damage she had caused, or if she did, that it mattered to her. The strangest and most disturbing part of the entire case was her explanation. She truly believed that her children were reading in a suspicious way. That belief, however irrational, was real to her. In her mind, it justified what she did. That realization is terrifying because it shows how dangerous untreated or severe mental illness can be, especially when children are involved. It raises so many questions that don't have satisfying answers. Were there warning signs? Did anyone notice changes in her behavior? Did she ask for help and not receive it? Or did she hide her struggles until it was too late? Could this have been prevented if someone had intervened earlier? And then there's the question that feels the heaviest of all. What happens to the children now? The two younger girls survived physically, but there's no doubt that what they witnessed and experienced will stay with them forever. They saw their mother turn into something unrecognizable. They ran from their own home in fear for their lives. They know that their sister was attacked and nearly killed by the same person who was supposed to protect them. And the oldest daughter, the one who endured the worst of it, has to live with the aftermath of extreme violence inflicted at an age when most children are worried about school, friends, and small everyday problems. Imagine being that young and having your entire understanding of safety, trust, and love ripped away in the most brutal way possible. It's hard to even put yourself in her place. To imagine waking up every day in a hospital bed, surrounded by doctors and machines, knowing that your own mother tried repeatedly to kill you, knowing that your home was burned down with you inside it, knowing that your body may never fully recover and that your life will never be normal again. There are few things worse than that. Stories like this force you to confront how cruel reality can be. This isn't a horror movie or a fictional crime story. This happened to real children. Children who had no choice in who their mother was, no control over their environment, no way to protect themselves until it was almost too late. It also highlights how complex and terrifying mental illness can be. A person doesn't have to look dangerous to be dangerous. They don't have to act suspicious in obvious ways. Sometimes the danger exists quietly, behind closed doors, hidden behind the image of a normal family. I keep thinking about the moment when the youngest child grabbed her sister and ran. That instinct to protect, to survive. to help someone else even while terrified. That moment stands in stark contrast to everything else in the story. It's proof that even in the darkest situations, there can be flashes of courage and humanity. At the same time, it's heartbreaking that such courage was necessary at all. When people talk about true crime or shocking news stories, they often focus on the perpetrator, their motives, their psychology, their background. But in cases like this, it feels wrong to center the story on the person who caused the harm. The real focus should be on the children, especially the oldest daughter, who endured something no child ever should. The thought of her living with those memories, those injuries, and that knowledge is almost unbearable. Even imagining it feels wrong, like your mind wants to turn away because it's too much to hold. This story isn't frightening because it's mysterious or dramatic. It's frightening because it's real, because it reminds us that the worst dangers don't always come from strangers or monsters we can easily identify. Sometimes they come from the people children trust the most. And the fact that she survived doesn't make the story easier. In some ways, it makes it harder. Survival means she has to carry this with her for the rest of her life. It means the trauma doesn't end with the event. It continues, quietly, every day. There are few things worse than imagining a child going through all of that and living. Not because life isn't valuable, but because no one should ever have to survive something so horrific in the first place. Lake Nyos in northern Cameroon sits tucked up against a dormant volcano, and for most of its existence it looked like nothing more than a quiet, ordinary body of water. From the surface, there was nothing about it that suggested danger. It didn't bubble violently, it didn't glow, it didn't erupt. It sat there, calm and still, surrounded by green hills and nearby villages whose people depended on the land to survive. Cattle grazed nearby, children played, families lived their lives without any idea that the lake beside them was slowly becoming one of the deadliest natural traps on Earth. What made Lake Nyos different wasn't obvious unless you understood what lay beneath it. The lake sits directly on top of an ancient volcanic system. Even though the volcano itself was considered dormant, the ground below was far from inactive. Deep beneath the lake was a lava bed that continued to release carbon dioxide gas. That gas seeped upward through cracks in the earth and dissolved into the lake's deep waters. Over time, the bottom layers of Lake Nyos became saturated with carbon dioxide. The pressure of the water above kept the gas trapped, dissolved under immense force, much like carbonation in a sealed soda bottle. The deeper the water, the more gas it could hold. And Lake Nyos is deep, very deep. So deep that the gas stayed locked away, invisible and silent, year after year. On the surface, nothing seemed wrong. People who lived nearby had no reason to fear the lake. It didn't smell strange. It didn't look dangerous. It didn't behave in a way that suggested death was building beneath it. To the people who lived in the surrounding valleys, it was just another part of the landscape, a familiar presence, a constant. The idea of a carbonated lake doesn't sound terrifying at first. Carbon dioxide is something we breathe out every day. It's in soda, it's invisible. It doesn't burn or explode. On its own, it doesn't seem threatening. But carbon dioxide has one quality that makes it deadly under the right conditions. It displaces oxygen, and oxygen is something every living thing needs. For years, Lake Nyos quietly stored enormous amounts of carbon dioxide at its depths. Scientists believe that the lake had reached a critical point where the pressure holding the gas in place was just barely keeping it stable. All it needed was a trigger, something small, something that wouldn't even be noticed by the people living nearby. What that trigger was is still not fully known. Some theories suggest a landslide. Others suggest a small seismic event. Some believe heavy rainfall caused a disturbance in the water layers. Whatever the cause, sometime during the night of August 21, 1986, the balance was broken. The lake released its gas. In a sudden and violent event known as a limnic eruption, Lake Nyos expelled between 100,000 and 300,000 tons of carbon dioxide in a matter of hours. The gas burst from the depths of the lake and surged upward, breaking free of the water that had trapped it for so long. As it escaped, it formed an enormous cloud, invisible to the eye, heavier than air, and utterly lethal. This cloud didn't rise into the sky like smoke. It poured over the rim of the crater. Carbon dioxide is heavier than oxygen, so instead of dispersing upward, it hugged the ground. It spilled out of the lake basin and flowed downhill into the surrounding valleys at an estimated speed of around 100 kilometers per hour. It moved like a silent flood, filling low-lying areas, following the natural contours of the land. People never saw it coming. There was no warning sound, no smell, no visible sign of danger. One moment, life was normal. The next, oxygen was gone. As the carbon dioxide cloud swept through villages, it displaced the breathable air. People collapsed where they stood. Families died in their sleep. Children never woke up. Livestock dropped in the fields. Birds fell from the sky. In some places, entire communities were wiped out in minutes. A total of 1,346 people died. More than 3,500 livestock animals were killed. Cows, goats, chickens, dogs, wildlife, anything that needed oxygen to survive was suffocated. The cloud spread across a radius of roughly 25 kilometers from the lake. In that area, nearly all life was extinguished. Entire villages were erased in a single night. What makes the event especially horrifying is how peaceful it must have seemed at first. Carbon dioxide doesn't cause immediate pain the way fire or acid does. It doesn't burn the lungs. It simply replaces oxygen. Victims would have felt dizzy, confused, weak. Many likely lost consciousness before they even realized something was wrong. But that doesn't mean there was no fear. Some people were awake. Some people saw others collapse. Some people tried to run. But you can't outrun something you can't see, and you can't escape air itself. The gas moved faster than most people could react. And because it collected in low areas, those who lived in valleys had almost no chance at all. Entire families were found lying where they had fallen, parents still holding children. People collapsed in doorways. Animals piled together in fields. Survivors who lived on higher ground described waking up to silence. No birds, no insects, no livestock sounds, just stillness. When the sun rose the next morning, the scene was incomprehensible. Villages that had been alive the day before were silent. Bodies lay everywhere. Survivors wandered in shock, confused, disoriented, unsure of what had happened. Some people who survived the initial gas exposure suffered long-term health effects, including brain damage caused by lack of oxygen. At first, no one understood what had caused the disaster. There were no signs of an explosion, no evidence of fire, no visible poison. The lake itself looked calm again, almost unchanged. It wasn't until scientists arrived and began studying the area that the truth emerged. The lake had released a massive cloud of carbon dioxide, creating an invisible wave of death. The idea that a lake could kill thousands of people without warning was almost impossible to accept, but the evidence was undeniable. Lake Nyos had become a natural gas chamber. What makes the tragedy even worse is that the danger didn't end in 1986. The lake continued to accumulate carbon dioxide at its depths. Without intervention, it could happen again. Another release, another silent catastrophe. Scientists realized that Lake Nyos wasn't unique. Other volcanic lakes around the world had similar conditions. The event in Cameroon forced the scientific community to confront a terrifying reality. There are places on Earth where death can come without sound, without sight, without warning. In response, engineers installed degassing systems in Lake Nyos. Long pipes were placed deep into the lake to slowly and safely release carbon dioxide in controlled amounts. These systems reduce pressure and prevent another sudden eruption. Without them, the lake would still be a ticking time bomb. Even with these measures, the area remains a reminder of what happened. The villages that were destroyed were never truly rebuilt in the same way. Survivors carry memories that can't be erased. The land itself feels marked by what occurred. A place that once seemed peaceful is now known as the site of one of the deadliest natural disasters in modern history. What makes the Lake Nyos disaster so disturbing isn't just the scale of death, it's the nature of it. There was no enemy to fight, no warning sign to recognize, no instinct that could save you. The people who died weren't reckless. They weren't ignoring danger. They were sleeping in their homes, caring for their families, living ordinary lives. They were killed by something they couldn't see, couldn't smell, and couldn't understand. Imagine waking up in the night, feeling dizzy, confused, unable to breathe properly, watching loved ones collapse around you without knowing why. Imagine being a child in that moment. Imagine being a parent unable to help your family. The fear must have been overwhelming, even if it lasted only seconds. That is what makes this event so haunting. Lake Nyos didn't roar or explode. It didn't announce itself. It simply exhaled, and that breath killed nearly everything around it. Today, Lake Nyos is studied as a warning, a reminder that nature doesn't always look dangerous when it is, that some of the deadliest threats are silent and invisible, that the earth itself can become hostile in ways we don't expect. When people think of natural disasters, they imagine earthquakes, hurricanes, tsunamis, volcanoes, things that destroy loudly and visibly. Lake Nyos challenges that image. It shows that death can arrive quietly, carried on the air, leaving devastation behind without a single flame or sound. Entire villages were exterminated not by violence, but by absence. The absence of oxygen, the absence of warning, the absence of understanding, and that may be the most terrifying part of all. My aunt-in-law told me this story about her mother, and every time she talked about it, her voice changed. Not louder, not dramatic, just flatter, like the emotion had burned itself out years ago and left something numb behind. Her mother and Aunt Peg were arguing late at night on the side of a truck route. It was a rural area outside a trucker bar, the kind of place where semis came through constantly, fast and loud, especially at night. There weren't sidewalks or streetlights like you'd expect in a town, just a wide road darkness and the sound of engines passing through. Both of them were drunk. That detail matters not as judgment, but because it explains how quickly things spiraled and how little control anyone had in that moment. Alcohol had turned an argument into something louder, uglier, and more reckless than it ever should have been. They were yelling at each other, saying things that couldn't be taken back. At some point, her mother slapped Aunt Peg across the face. It wasn't just a light hit. It was full of anger, resentment, and years of unresolved issues, boiling over all at once. After slapping her, the mother turned away. She started walking back across the road toward the bar, still shouting over her shoulder. Things like, "I hate you," and other words meant to hurt. Final words said in the heat of the moment without any idea that they would actually be final. Then it happened. A semi-truck came through at full speed. There was no screeching of brakes, no time to react, no warning. 1 second she was walking across the road, the next she was gone. The impact was so violent that Aunt Peg said there was nothing left. Not a body, not something recognizable. She described it as pink mist. That phrase alone tells you how extreme it was. The force of the truck, the speed, the sheer mass behind it, erased her mother in an instant. Even her clothes were shredded. There was nothing intact enough to gather, nothing to bury, no remains to bring closure in the way people usually expect after a death. Just the aftermath, just the road, just the silence afterward. The truck never stopped. They never found the driver. Whether the trucker didn't realize what had happened or realized and chose not to stop, no one ever knew. In the 1970s, on a rural truck route, with no cameras and no witnesses beyond a drunk daughter standing in shock, it was easy for someone to disappear into the night, and that was it. No justice, no answers, no goodbye. Aunt Peg was left standing there, sober in an instant, knowing that the last thing her mother ever said to her was, "I hate you." Knowing that the argument, the slap, the anger were the final moments they would ever share. That kind of knowledge doesn't fade. It doesn't soften with time. It just sits there, heavy and permanent. What makes the story even harder to process is how ordinary it started. A fight, a bar, a road people crossed all the time. Nothing about it felt like a death sentence until it was too late. It was just one bad decision stacked on top of another, ending in something irreversible. There was no funeral in the way people imagine funerals. No open casket, no viewing, no last look. How do you mourn someone when there's nothing left of them? How do you bury someone when there's nothing to bury? You're left mourning an absence instead of a body, and you're left with words you can never take back, echoing louder than anything else. Aunt Peg carried that with her for the rest of her life. Not just the trauma of witnessing something so violent, but the guilt, the what-ifs, the knowledge that the argument could have ended differently if either of them had walked away sooner, if either of them had been sober, if either of them had paused for just a few seconds. But life doesn't give you rewinds. One moment of anger, one step into the road, one truck at the wrong time, and everything ended. The story isn't scary in a supernatural way. There are no ghosts, no mysteries to solve. What makes it terrifying is how real it is, how fast it happened, how final it was, how easily an ordinary night turned into something that destroyed multiple lives at once. It's a reminder of how fragile everything is, how words matter, how timing matters, how roads don't forgive mistakes, and how sometimes there isn't even a body left behind to prove someone was ever there at all. Just memory and regret. It was just a few weeks ago that I found myself in a situation that has completely shattered my sense of safety in my own home. I was alone with my little brothers for the evening. They are 4 years old, full of energy, and at that age where everything is an adventure. My parents, specifically my father and my stepmother, had gone out for the night, leaving me in charge. It was supposed to be an easy night, the kind of babysitting gig you actually look forward to because it usually just means watching movies and eating junk food. We had a great time in the beginning, gorging ourselves on candy, chips, and soda. We ran around the living room, played games, and just enjoyed the freedom of having the house to ourselves, without the parents hovering over us. By the time the sugar crash hit, the boys were exhausted, and I managed to get them tucked into bed without much of a fight. The house fell silent after they fell asleep. It is a large house, and when you are the only one awake, the silence can feel heavy, almost like a physical weight pressing down on you. I went downstairs to the living room intending to relax and maybe play some video games or watch a movie on my own. I looked at the clock and saw it was around 11:30 at night. The wind was blowing outside, but inside, everything was still. That was when I heard it. It was a sound that made my blood run cold instantly. It was a super loud smash coming from directly above me. It sounded exactly like a heavy porcelain vase hitting the floor, Yet there was something wrong about it. There was the heavy impact, the thud of weight hitting wood. But there was no accompanying sound of shattering glass. It was a dull, heavy boom that vibrated through the ceiling. My immediate thought was that one of the boys had fallen out of bed. The sound came from the second floor, right around where their bedroom is located. Panic surged through me. I didn't even think. I just reacted. I sprinted up the stairs, taking them two at a time, my heart hammering against my ribs. I burst into their room, expecting to see one of them crying on the floor, but the room was peaceful. They were both sound asleep, tucked under their covers, breathing rhythmically. No one had fallen. Nothing was out of place. I stood there for a moment, catching my breath, confused. If they were asleep, what made that massive noise? I stepped back out into the hallway and began to check the other rooms on the second floor. I looked in the bathroom, the guest room, and my parents' room. I checked the closets and looked behind the curtains. I found absolutely nothing. Everything was exactly where it should be. I tried to rationalize it as I walked back downstairs. Old houses make noises, I told myself. Maybe it was the pipes settling, or perhaps something heavy had fallen over in a closet, cushioned by a pile of blankets so the glass didn't break. I sat back down on the couch, but I couldn't relax. My senses were on high alert now. The comfortable silence from before had turned into a tense, waiting silence. I turned the volume down on the television, straining my ears to hear anything out of the ordinary. For a while, there was nothing, just the hum of the refrigerator and the wind outside. I started to think I had imagined the intensity of the first sound. Then it happened again. It was the same sound, perhaps even louder this time. A heavy, dull smash. It sounded violent, deliberate. This time I knew I wasn't imagining it. I froze, staring at the ceiling. Before I could move to check again, I heard small footsteps on the stairs. One of my little brothers came rubbing his eyes, looking confused and scared. The noise had woken him up. He couldn't sleep and wanted to be with me. I didn't want to scare him, so I put on a brave face. I told him everything was fine and that he could come watch TV with me. I wrapped him in a blanket on the couch, hoping the distraction of the cartoon would keep him from asking questions, but inside I was terrified. I knew something was making that noise, and I couldn't find it. We sat there for a while, the glow of the TV providing the only light in the room. I kept glancing at the stairs, waiting. Around 1 o'clock in the morning, the third smash echoed through the house. It was undeniable. It sounded like someone had thrown a bowling ball onto the floorboards above us. This one was loud enough to wake my other brother. He came running down the stairs, crying and scared. Now I had both of them with me, and I had officially freaked out. This wasn't the house settling. This wasn't the wind. Something was up there. I grabbed my phone and dialed my father's number with shaking hands. When he answered, I tried to keep my voice steady, but I know I sounded panicked. I told him and my stepmother about the noises, about how loud they were and how they were waking the boys up. My parents, trying to be rational adults, told me it was probably nothing. They suggested it might be a tree branch hitting the roof or the heating system acting up. They tried to calm me down, saying they would be home soon, but they didn't seem to grasp the severity of the sounds I was describing. I felt frustrated and isolated. I needed them to believe me. After hanging up, I decided I needed proof. If they didn't believe my description, maybe they would believe a recording. I went to my computer, which was set up in the living room, and turned on the voice recorder. I also set up the camera on my phone to record audio and video of the room. I sat there with my brothers, huddled together, waiting. It didn't take long. The silence was ripped apart by another boom. It was captured clearly on the recording. I played it back, watching the audio waves spike violently on the screen. I had evidence now. It wasn't in my head. The sound was distinct, heavy, and terrifyingly close. I sent the audio file to my father immediately. I think that was the moment the reality of the situation hit them. Very soon after I sent that file, I could tell from their text messages that they were starting to panic too. They told us to stay downstairs, stay together, and that they were driving as fast as they could. Those minutes waiting for my parents were the longest of my life. Every creak of the house made me jump. I kept the boys distracted, playing games with them, trying to keep the atmosphere light despite the dread pooling in my stomach. Finally, I heard the sound of the car in the driveway. My parents burst through the door a moment later. The relief of seeing them was overwhelming, but it was short-lived. We were all standing in the hallway, my father asking me for more details, when we heard it again, smash, right above our heads. The look on my father's face changed instantly from concern to pure defensiveness. He realized someone or something was in the house. We began to search the house as a group. My father took the lead, looking for the source of the sound. We checked the bedrooms again, but everything was still clear. Then we realized there was only one place left to check: the attic. We have a small attic room, a space close to the roof that we use for storage. We call it the lumber room or the storage crawl space. It's a cramped, dusty area that you access through a small door on the upper landing. We gathered at the bottom of the stairs leading up to that level. My father moved forward to open the door to the attic. As he pulled the door open, the light from the hallway spilled into the darkness of the attic. What we saw there is something that will haunt my nightmares forever. Crouched in the shadows amidst the boxes and old furniture was a person. But it wasn't just a regular intruder. It was a small man, or perhaps a woman. It was hard to tell. They had painted their entire body black. Their skin, their clothes, everything was covered in a thick, matte black substance, making them look like a living shadow. The moment the light hit them, the figure lunged. They didn't run away. They attacked. My father screamed, a sound of pure primal fear and protection. He yelled, "The children! Get them out!" I didn't hesitate. I grabbed my 4-year-old brothers, one in each arm, and I ran. I didn't look back to see what was happening. I sprinted for the garage door, fumbling with the keys. My hands were shaking so bad I almost dropped them, but I managed to unlock the door, shove the boys inside, and slam it shut behind me. I locked it immediately and turned on the bright fluorescent lights of the garage. The sudden brightness was blinding after the dim house, but it felt safer. We were trapped in the garage, listening to the muffled sounds of chaos from inside the house. I had to keep the boys calm. They were crying, asking for Mom and Dad. I told them we were playing a special hide-and-seek game. I told them we had to be as quiet as mice and that they had to hide behind the stacked boxes in the corner. I made up a rule right then and there. I told them that no matter what they heard, they could not come out or make a sound until I said the secret code words, "birthday cake." They nodded, their wide, tear-filled eyes looking up at me with total trust. They hid behind the boxes, and I stood guard by the door, holding a heavy wrench I had found on the workbench, waiting. 2 hours passed. It felt like 2 years. I strained my ears against the door, but the house had gone silent again. I didn't know if my parents were okay. I didn't know if the black-painted figure was waiting on the other side of the door. Finally, I heard the distinct sound of sirens wailing in the distance, getting louder and louder. Police and ambulance sirens. They screeched to a halt outside our driveway. Blue and red lights flashed through the small garage window, dancing across the concrete floor. I turned to the boys, who were still huddled in their hiding spot, fast asleep from exhaustion. I whispered the code words, "birthday cake," but they didn't stir. I decided to let them sleep for a moment while I checked what was happening. I unlocked the garage door slowly, my heart pounding in my throat. I peeked out. The front door of the house was open, and there were police officers everywhere. I saw an ambulance crew wheeling a stretcher out. I ran towards them. My stepmother was sitting on the back of the ambulance, a bandage pressed to her head. She had a gash on her forehead, and there was blood, but she was conscious and talking to the paramedics. My father was standing next to her, looking pale and shaken, holding her hand. I rushed over to them, and the relief that washed over my father's face when he saw me was immense. He hugged me so hard, it hurt. The police had the intruder in the back of one of the patrol cars. I caught a glimpse of the figure through the window. The black paint was smeared now, revealing pale skin underneath. It was a terrifying sight, a person who had deliberately tried to become a shadow to hide in our home. The police explained to us what had happened. The intruder had been living in our attic for who knows how long. The smashing sounds we heard were the intruder destroying things. They had been in a rage, breaking old heirlooms and boxes stored in the attic. The reason there was no shattering glass sound was that the intruder was throwing heavy objects onto piles of old clothes and rugs, or simply smashing heavy wooden items that thudded rather than shattered. When my father opened the attic door, the intruder had grabbed a heavy ceramic vase and thrown it with full force. It had struck my stepmother in the head, causing the wound. While my father was tending to her and wrestling with the shock, he had managed to call the emergency number. In Sweden, we call 112, similar to 911 in the States. The intruder, realizing they were cornered, had tried to run. They scrambled down the stairs and tried to bolt out the front door. However, our front door has a complicated double lock system that is tricky to open if you don't know the trick to it. The intruder fumbled with the lock, panic setting in, and couldn't get it open in time. My father, despite his shock, had blocked the hallway, and the police arrived just as the intruder was trying to smash a window to escape. I went back to the garage to retrieve my little brothers. They were groggy and confused, but safe. We didn't tell them exactly what happened. We just said the police came to help catch a bad guy who was making noise. We all went to a hotel that night because none of us could bear the thought of sleeping in that house. My stepmother recovered from her injury, though she has a small scar on her forehead now, a permanent reminder of that night. We eventually went back home, but things haven't been the same. We installed a security system with cameras in every room and sensors on every window and door, including the attic. But even with all the security in the world, the psychological scars are deep. I still have terrible sleeping issues. I suffer from nightmares where I see that black-painted figure crouching in the corners of my room. Every time I hear a random noise in the house, a creak of a floorboard, the wind rattling a window, or just the house settling, my heart stops. I find myself freezing, holding my breath, waiting for that heavy, dull smash to echo from the ceiling again. I constantly think there might be another one hiding in the dark, waiting for us to fall asleep. It is a fear that never really goes away, the knowledge that the safety of your own home is just an illusion. This story was told to me by a close friend of mine, and to this day, it makes me shiver every time I look at a stranger in a bar. It serves as a grim reminder that the monsters we fear aren't hiding under our beds. Sometimes they are buying us a drink and smiling with perfectly white teeth. My friend used to work at a ski resort during the winter season. It was a fun job, mostly filled with young people from all over the world who wanted to ski all day and party all night. One of the girls she worked with, let's call her Sarah, was a vibrant, happy young woman who loved the social aspect of the job. She was the kind of person who trusted easily and always saw the best in people. One weekend, Sarah and a few of the other girls decided to head down from the snowy mountains and go into the city for a proper night out. They wanted to dress up, go to real clubs, and escape the small-town vibe of the resort for a night. The night started off perfectly. They went to a few trendy bars, had some cocktails, and eventually ended up at a popular nightclub. The music was loud, the lights were flashing, and the alcohol was flowing. It was on the dance floor that Sarah met him. He was standing near the bar, looking incredibly out of place in the best way possible. While other guys were sloppy drunk or being overly aggressive, this man was calm, composed, and undeniably handsome. He looked charming, well-dressed, and had a smile that made Sarah feel like she was the only person in the room. They started talking, and he was polite, funny, and seemed genuinely interested in her life at the Snow. He bought her a drink, they danced a little, and the chemistry was instant. He seemed like the perfect gentleman, the kind of guy you hope to meet on a night out. As the club began to close and the lights came on, the harsh reality of the early morning hit them. The group of friends was splitting up, going back to their respective accommodations or finding late-night food. Sarah and this charming man didn't want the night to end. They were caught up in the excitement of a new connection. Naturally, the conversation turned to where they should go. He suggested his place. He told her he had a nice apartment just on the outskirts of the city, that he had a bottle of wine they could share, and that it would be quiet. It was a tempting offer. He didn't seem dangerous. He seemed safe. However, Sarah hesitated. She was tired, her feet hurt from dancing in heels, and she knew that her apartment, which she was renting with friends for the weekend, was only a few blocks away. It was a decision made purely out of laziness and convenience, a split-second choice that would ultimately save her life, but also seal her fate in a different, horrifying way. She told him that her place was much closer and that she really just wanted to take her shoes off. She suggested they go to her place instead. He paused for a moment, a flicker of something unreadable crossing his face, but then the charming smile returned. He agreed. They walked back to her rental apartment, hooked up, and spent the night together. The next morning, he was just as polite. He kissed her goodbye, exchanged numbers, and left. Sarah went back to the mountains with her friends, thinking she had just had a great one-night stand with a potential for something more. She told my friend all about him, gushing about how nice and normal he was compared to the guys at the ski resort. Life went on as normal for a few weeks. The snow season continued and Sarah worked her shifts, waiting for a text or a call that became less frequent as time went on. Then the physical symptoms started. It began with something small, something she almost ignored. She noticed tiny white dots appearing on her lips. At first, she thought it was just chapped lips from the cold mountain air and the wind. She applied lip balm and tried to ignore it. But the dots didn't go away. In fact, they started to spread. They weren't painful, but they were strange. They looked like small, pale lesions. She started to feel run down, fatigued, and generally unwell. She assumed she had caught a cold, or maybe the flu that was going around the staff quarters. When the dots didn't disappear after a week, she began to worry. She was a healthy girl, and this was unusual for her. She decided to go to the local doctor in the town near the resort. The doctor examined her lips and looked concerned. He asked her if she had any allergies or if she had been in contact with any strange chemicals. She said no. He decided to take some swabs and run some blood tests just to be safe. He told her it was probably nothing serious, maybe a viral infection, but he wanted to rule everything out. Sarah went home, feeling a bit anxious, but telling herself she was overreacting. A couple of days passed and Sarah was in her room at the staff lodge when she heard a heavy knocking on the door. She expected it to be one of her roommates forgetting their keys, or maybe the doctor calling with results. When she opened the door, she was shocked to see two police officers standing there. Behind them was a somber-looking man in a suit who introduced himself as a health official. Sarah's stomach dropped. Her first thought was that something had happened to her family back home. She ushered them inside, her hands shaking. They asked her to sit down. The atmosphere in the room was incredibly tense. The police officers looked uncomfortable, and the health official looked grim. They didn't start by telling her she was under arrest or that she was in trouble. Instead, they started asking her very specific, very personal questions. They asked about her recent movements, where she had been eating, and specifically, who she had been intimate with in the last month. Sarah was confused and terrified. She told them about the night in the city. She told them about the charming guy she had met at the club. When she mentioned his name, the police officers exchanged a dark look. The health official took a breath and told her that her test results had come back, and they had flagged a major catastrophic alert in the National Health Database. The doctor explained that the tests revealed she had contracted a variant of Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease, commonly known to the public as mad cow disease. Sarah was baffled. She stared at them, trying to process the words. She knew what mad cow disease was. It was something you got from eating tainted beef. It was incredibly rare, especially in Australia, where the beef industry is strictly regulated. She told them she hadn't eaten any strange meat. She mostly ate chicken and vegetables. The health official shook his head slowly. He explained that while the disease is usually contracted through infected bovine meat, the specific strain she had was extremely concentrated. It was a prion disease, something that attacks the brain, eating holes in it until the victim goes mad and eventually dies. It is incurable. Then came the question that made the room spin. The official explained that there is another way to contract this specific, highly aggressive variation of the disease. It can be transmitted through contact with human tissue that is infected. Specifically, it is most commonly found in cannibalistic rituals, historically known as kuru, where people would consume the brains or flesh of the dead. He told her that for her to have contracted this through a sexual encounter or close physical contact involving fluids, the person she was with must have had a dangerously high viral load, likely from consuming infected human flesh recently. Sarah felt like she was going to throw up. The police officers then took over the conversation. They told her that after she had given the doctor the details of her partner, they ran a background check. The charming guy from the club wasn't who he said he was. He was a person of interest in several missing persons cases, but they had never had enough evidence to pin anything on him. However, armed with Sarah's medical diagnosis, they had obtained a warrant to raid his apartment, the same apartment he had tried to take Sarah to that night. The officers described what they found, trying to spare her the worst details, but the reality was too horrific to mask completely. They had raided his home earlier that morning. It was a nice apartment on the outskirts of the city, just like he had said. It was clean and well furnished, but when they went into the kitchen and the back rooms, the facade crumbled. They found industrial-sized freezers lining the walls of a spare bedroom. Inside those freezers, carefully wrapped and labeled, were human remains. The man wasn't just a murderer, he was a cannibal. He had been luring people back to his apartment for months, perhaps years. He would charm them, take them home, kill them, and then consume them. The police found evidence that he had been eating the brain tissue of his victims, which is how he had contracted the prion disease himself. He was a carrier of the disease, likely suffering from the early stages of the madness it causes, which might explain his reckless behavior in going out and hooking up. Because Sarah had been intimate with him, and because of the nature of the disease, the infection had passed to her. The realization hit Sarah like a physical blow. She remembered the fork in the road that night. She remembered him asking her to come to his place. She remembered how close she had come to saying yes. If she hadn't been tired, if her feet hadn't hurt, if she hadn't suggested her place because it was closer, she would have walked into that apartment. She wouldn't have been a one-night stand. She would have been meat in a freezer. She would have been the next meal. The only reason she was sitting in that chair, breathing and alive, was because she was lazy and wanted to take her shoes off. But the relief of escaping a murderer was quickly replaced by a cold, creeping dread. The health official looked at her with pity in his eyes. He told her that while she had escaped the freezer, she had not escaped the man. The disease she had contracted, this human version of mad cow disease, has no cure. It is a slow, degenerative sentence. Prions are not like viruses or bacteria. You cannot kill them with antibiotics. They simply exist to destroy. They would slowly eat away at her brain tissue, turning it into a sponge. The police arrested the man. He was taken into custody, and the story made headlines as one of the most gruesome discoveries in the city's history. They found the remains of several missing travelers and locals in his apartment. He was a monster hiding in plain sight, wearing a handsome face and a charming smile. But for Sarah, justice for the other victims did little to help her situation. She was a living victim of a crime that was still killing her. My friend told me that Sarah left the snow shortly after that. She couldn't work anymore. The psychological trauma of knowing she had slept with a cannibal was bad enough, but the medical reality was worse. She had to move back home to be with her family. The doctors told her she might have years or she might have months, depending on how fast the disease progressed. The white dots on her lips were just the first sign of her immune system trying to fight an enemy it couldn't see and couldn't kill. She lives with the knowledge that she is a ticking time bomb. Every time she forgets a word, every time she stumbles, every time she gets a headache, she wonders if it is starting. She wonders if the madness is setting in. She escaped a quick, violent death at the hands of a butcher, only to be given a slow, agonizing death by the very thing he was. It is a twisted form of luck. She was lucky enough to survive the night, but unlucky enough to take a piece of the monster with her. I think about this story every time I go out. I think about how fragile our safety really is. We make thousands of small decisions every day. Turn left or turn right, go home or stay out, your place or mine. We never realize that one of those tiny, insignificant choices could be the difference between life and death. Sarah chose her place because it was closer. That choice saved her from being murdered, but it couldn't save her from the monster entirely. Now she waits for the inevitable, a tragic reminder that sometimes, even when you get away, you don't really escape. The monsters leave their mark, and sometimes that mark is terminal. It happened a few miles outside the town I grew up in. The places involved weren't abstract. They were familiar roads, familiar exits, familiar diners. As a kid, I remember hearing about it in fragments. Adults lowering their voices when it came up. Teachers being more serious than usual when talking about safety. The story never fully disappeared. It came back again and again as I got older, each time with more detail. Each time feeling heavier. When you grow up somewhere, you get used to thinking of it as contained, safe, boring even. The kind of place where nothing truly awful happens, at least not the kind of things you hear about on the news. This story shattered that illusion early. It was proof that something unimaginably dark could exist right alongside everyday life, hidden in the same landscape you drove through without thinking. Shasta was saved by a waitress at a Denny's. That detail has always stuck with me. Not a dramatic police chase, not a lucky escape, just a waitress doing her job, paying attention. Someone who noticed that something wasn't right. The way Shasta behaved, the way the man interacted with her, the tension that couldn't be explained away as a bad mood or a tired kid. The waitress trusted that feeling instead of ignoring it. She called the police. That phone call changed everything. What makes it even more unsettling for me is that my stepmom worked for police dispatch in our county around that time. She was there when the call came in from Denny's. She was part of the chain of people who realized, in real time, that the missing child everyone had been hearing about was suddenly found, alive, sitting in a diner just miles away from where we all lived. I try to imagine what that moment felt like on the other end of the line. The shift from routine to urgency. The recognition that this wasn't a false alarm or a misunderstanding. That something massive had just cracked open. That the nightmare everyone feared had intersected with an ordinary morning at a restaurant. Knowing that someone I knew was there for that call makes the story feel uncomfortably close. It wasn't just a headline. It wasn't just a case file. It passed through people in my life, through a dispatcher's headset, through a diner phone, through the hands of police who drove the same roads we all drove. Growing up, I'd hear bits and pieces about it at school or from adults talking when they thought kids weren't listening. The tone was always the same. Shock, fear, a kind of disbelief that it had happened there, in our area, near our homes, the place where parents let their kids ride bikes and wander and feel free. It's one thing to know, intellectually, that terrible things happen everywhere. It's another thing to realize that one of the most disturbing crimes you've ever heard of unfolded practically in your backyard. That the gas stations, diners, and highways connected to it are places you've been. Places that look normal in daylight. Places where you've stopped for food without a second thought. The Denny's part of the story is especially haunting because of how ordinary it is. A family restaurant, bright lights, booths, coffee cups. A place meant to feel safe and predictable. The idea that Shasta was sitting there, across from the man who had murdered her family and held her captive for weeks, while other people ate breakfast nearby, is almost impossible to fully process. And yet, that ordinariness is exactly why she was saved, because someone noticed. Someone cared enough to question what they were seeing instead of brushing it off. Someone didn't assume that everything in front of them was fine just because it looked fine on the surface. When I think about my stepmom being at dispatch when that call came in, I think about how many people were unknowingly connected to that moment, how many lives intersected with it without realizing it, how close something unimaginably evil came to blending back into normal life and disappearing again. That's the part that creeps up on you later. As a kid, the story was scary in a vague, distant way. As an adult, it's terrifying for entirely different reasons, because now I understand patterns. I understand how predators move. I understand how easy it is for something like this to slip past people who aren't looking closely. I understand how often survival hinges on one person paying attention. It also changes how you see your hometown. Once you know something like that happened nearby, the sense of separation disappears. You can't say, that stuff happens somewhere else, somewhere darker, somewhere different. It happened on roads you've driven, in buildings you recognize, in a county you call home. That realization doesn't fade. Even now, when I think about it, there's a chill that comes with knowing how close it all was. How easily the story could have ended differently if that waitress hadn't trusted her instincts. How easily Shasta could have disappeared forever without anyone realizing she was sitting right there in public. It's creepy in the deepest sense of the word. Not because of jump scares or gore, but because it exposes how thin the barrier is between ordinary life and unimaginable horror. How proximity doesn't protect you. How familiarity can lull you into believing you're safe when you're not. And it leaves you with one thought that's hard to shake. If something like that can happen a few miles from where you grew up, it can happen anywhere. That's the part that stays with you long after the details blur. If you're still here, if these stories feel familiar, there's a reason. Most people have experienced something they don't talk about. If you're still listening, leave a like and subscribe. It helps keep stories like these alive. And if something has ever followed you home, send it in. Let's continue. In 1978, Mary Vincent was just a teenager, trying to get from one place to another. She was hitchhiking through Central California, doing what a lot of young people did at the time, especially those who didn't have much money and believed, or wanted to believe, that the world was mostly safe. It was a different era. People trusted strangers more than they should have, and the danger of getting into a car with someone you didn't know wasn't talked about the way it is now. Mary was picked up by a man named Lawrence Singleton. At first, there was nothing about him that immediately screamed danger. He seemed normal enough, just another person driving along a long stretch of road. For a while, everything appeared fine. Then, at some point during the drive, he pulled over saying he needed to stop and relieve himself. Mary got out of the van as well, likely without thinking much of it. That decision, that ordinary moment, changed her life forever. Without warning, Singleton attacked her. He hit her over the head, stunning her, and then restrained her. She was tied up and forced into the back of his van. From that moment on, Mary was completely at his mercy. What followed was a prolonged nightmare. He repeatedly raped her, holding her captive, fully in control, while she had no way to escape and no way to fight back in any meaningful way. Eventually, when he decided he was finished with her, he did something almost impossible to comprehend. He took a hatchet and chopped off both of her arms below the elbows. This was not a quick act. It was deliberate, brutal, and meant to ensure she would not survive. After mutilating her, he stripped her naked and threw her over the side of a steep embankment along a poorly traveled highway. He left her there to bleed to death, assuming that no one would ever find her in time. Mary was alone, naked, severely injured, and losing blood fast. Most people would have gone into shock and died where they landed, but Mary refused to give up. She was in unimaginable pain, but her will to live was stronger than what had been done to her. She realized that the bleeding from her severed arms would kill her quickly if she didn't do something. Using what strength she had left, she buried the ends of her arms into the dirt, packing soil around the wounds in an attempt to slow the blood loss. It was a desperate, instinctive act, but it worked enough to keep her alive a little longer. Then she did something even more unbelievable. She began climbing. The embankment she had been thrown down was about 30 feet high. It was steep, uneven, and covered with loose dirt and brush. Mary had no arms. She was weak, injured, and in shock. Still, inch by inch, she climbed. She used her legs, her torso, and whatever leverage she could manage. Every movement would have sent waves of pain through her body, but she kept going. She later said that she was fueled by pure survival instinct. She was not ready to die. Eventually, she reached the road. The first car that came along saw her. A young woman, naked, covered in blood, with no arms, standing on the side of a remote highway. Instead of stopping, the driver sped away. Fear took over and they chose to escape rather than help. That moment is hard to think about, because it's impossible not to wonder what that driver felt later once the news broke and the truth came out. Not long after, a second car appeared. Inside was a honeymooning couple who had taken a wrong turn and ended up on that stretch of road by accident. When they saw Mary, they stopped. They didn't hesitate. They wrapped her up, did what they could to keep her warm and calm, and rushed her to the nearest town with a hospital. Mary survived. Against every odd, against every expectation, she lived. She was able to give a description of her attacker. She identified Lawrence Singleton and later testified against him in court. Her testimony was powerful and horrifying, detailing what he had done to her and how close she came to dying. For many people, her survival alone felt miraculous. But what came next was almost as shocking as the crime itself. Singleton was convicted, but the sentence he received was appallingly short. He was given just 14 years in prison. Of those 14 years, he served only 8 before being released early for what was described as good behavior. The idea that a man who had tortured, raped, and mutilated a teenage girl could be considered well-behaved behind bars was deeply disturbing to the public. Mary Vincent's case became a turning point. The outrage over Singleton's early release led to changes in the law, particularly around crimes involving torture and extreme violence. New laws were created to prevent people who committed such acts from being released early. But for Mary, those changes came too late to protect her from the knowledge that the man who had tried to kill her was free. When Singleton was released, communities refused to accept him. Town after town made it clear they did not want him living among them. Parents protested, neighbors objected. No one wanted to be the place that allowed a known predator to settle nearby. Because of this, he ended up serving out the remainder of his parole, living on the grounds of San Quentin prison itself, simply because there was nowhere else willing to take him. Eventually, after his parole ended, Singleton moved to Florida, where he had family. Despite everything he had done, he was free to start over, free to live, to move, to interact with others. It's a reality that feels deeply unfair, especially when compared to what Mary had lost. In Florida, Singleton became involved with a sex worker named Roxanne Hayes. The pattern repeated. He murdered her, proving that what he had done to Mary was not an isolated act, but part of who he was. This time, the system did not fail in the same way. Mary Vincent testified again, recounting her own attack and making sure the court understood exactly what kind of man Singleton was. Her voice, once again, played a critical role in ensuring that he would not receive leniency. Singleton was sentenced to death. He never made it to execution. In 2001, he died of cancer while on death row. Many people, including Mary herself, expressed no sympathy for his suffering. After what he had inflicted on others, few felt that his death was unjust. Mary Vincent, meanwhile, continued living. She moved to Washington State. She built a life in the aftermath of unimaginable trauma. She had 2 sons, raised them, and became an artist. Her artwork often reflects pain, survival, and strength, shaped by everything she endured. She did not let what was done to her define her entirely, though it undoubtedly shaped her in ways no one should ever have to experience. Mary is often described as a survivor, and she is, but that word doesn't fully capture what she has had to live with. Survival didn't end the night she made it to the road. It continued through years of recovery, physical pain, emotional trauma, public attention, courtrooms, and the knowledge that her attacker was once again walking free. It's hard to understand how someone carries that weight and still moves forward, how someone rebuilds a sense of safety after having it so violently destroyed, how someone trusts the world again after the world proves how cruel it can be. Mary Vincent's story is not just about brutality, it's about endurance, about the human will to live when everything is stacked against you, about a teenage girl who refused to die when a man tried to erase her, about a woman who stood up in court not once but twice and made sure her voice mattered. Her story is horrifying, but it is also deeply human. It reminds us that survival is not passive. Sometimes it means crawling, bleeding, terrified, toward a road you hope someone will travel. Sometimes it means speaking the truth over and over, even when it hurts, so that others are protected. Mary Vincent lived, and in doing so, she changed laws, exposed failures in the justice system, and showed a level of strength that is almost impossible to imagine. even now. Decades later, her story leaves people shaken, angry, and in awe of her resilience. I honestly don't know how she does it either, but the fact that she does, that she continues to live, create, and exist in the world, is a powerful reminder that even in the face of the worst evil, some people refuse to be broken. When people talk about small towns, they usually talk about safety, about knowing your neighbors, about quiet nights and familiar faces. They talk like danger only lives in cities, like violence needs anonymity to exist. I grew up hearing that story over and over. I believed it too for a long time. But this is the moment that belief died for good. 2 people I went to school with were murdered in their own home. Not strangers, not names on the news that meant nothing to me. People I had shared hallways with. One of them was someone I'd been friendly with years earlier. Not a best friend, but someone I knew well enough to joke with, to recognize instantly, to remember clearly. He and his girlfriend were young, 19 and 21, barely out of high school, barely even started with life. When people hear stories like this, they often assume time passed first, that adulthood happened, that things drifted far away from the structure of school before something this bad could occur. But that's not what happened here. It was less than a year and a half after I graduated. Some of us were still figuring out college schedules. Some were working their first real jobs. Some were still living at home. Life hadn't spread us far yet. And then suddenly, 2 people were gone. The way it happened is what still makes my stomach turn when I think about it. This wasn't a fight that got out of hand. It wasn't a moment of panic or impulse. It was deliberate, cold, cruel in a way that doesn't come from anger alone, but from complete disregard for human life. They were asleep when it started. Someone broke into their home in the middle of the night. They were woken up, forced to sit down, made fully aware of what was happening. There was time for fear, time for confusion, time for that horrible realization that something is very wrong and that you can't undo the moment you're in. Then they were shot and killed. All of it was over an ounce of weed. Not pounds, not trafficking, not some elaborate criminal operation. An ounce. Something people argue over every day. Something people have been killed for far too many times to count, but still feels impossible to justify when you say it out loud. The people who did it were exactly the kind of figures everyone tells you to avoid, but never believes will show up in your own life. One was a method-out tweaker, the other a gang-affiliated friend. People who lived on the edges of things, fueled by paranoia, entitlement, and violence. People who saw others not as human beings, but as obstacles or opportunities. They didn't know the victims the way I did. They didn't see classmates or kids who had just graduated or people with families who loved them. They saw targets. They saw something they wanted. And they were willing to destroy 2 lives to take it. What gets me isn't just the brutality, it's how close it all felt. These weren't people from a neighboring state or a distant city. This was my town. Streets I knew. Houses I'd driven past. Places I'd been near without thinking twice. When the news broke, it didn't feel real at first. It felt like a rumor, the kind that gets exaggerated as it spreads. People whispered. Texts flew around. Social media filled with fragments of information. None of it complete, all of it terrifying. Then the confirmation came. Names, ages, details. I remember sitting there, staring at my phone, rereading the same sentences over and over, like maybe they would change, like maybe I had misunderstood, like maybe this was someone else with the same name. But it wasn't. It was them. The realization hits in waves. First shock, then disbelief, then this deep, hollow feeling in your chest when you understand that no amount of wishing or logic will undo what already happened. What haunts me most is imagining those final moments. Being woken up in the dark, trying to orient yourself, seeing strangers in your home, hearing demands that don't make sense yet, thinking maybe if you comply, maybe if you stay calm, maybe if you do everything right, this will end with them leaving, then realizing it won't. People love to say things like, they were in the wrong crowd, or they shouldn't have been involved with that stuff, because it gives them distance. It creates the illusion that tragedy only happens to people who deserve it, or who made obvious mistakes. But that's a lie we tell ourselves so we can sleep better at night. The truth is simpler and more terrifying. They were young people living their lives. They didn't expect death to come through their door while they slept. None of us do. What followed was just as ugly in a different way. The town went quiet, but not in a peaceful sense. In a tense, watchful way. Parents hugged their kids tighter. People locked their doors earlier. Everyone started looking at everyone else a little differently. At the same time, the gossip machine went into overdrive. Everyone suddenly had an opinion. Everyone suddenly knew what really happened. Rumors about drugs, money, who knew who owed what. The victims slowly stopped being people and started becoming a story others felt entitled to dissect. That part made me angry, because no matter what anyone thinks they know, 2 young lives were taken violently and senselessly. They didn't get to grow older. They didn't get second chances. They didn't get the luxury of learning from mistakes. Everything they were and could have been ended in one night, because someone else decided their lives were disposable. I think about how recently we had all been in the same schools, walking the same halls, complaining about the same teachers, stressing over exams and jobs and relationships. None of us were thinking about funerals yet. Death still felt like something that belonged to older people, to accidents on the news, to distant tragedies. This ripped that illusion apart. It also exposed something people don't like to admit about small towns. They don't protect you from violence. They just hide it better. Problems don't disappear just because the population is smaller. Drugs still circulate, desperation still exists, anger still festers. And when things go wrong, there are fewer places to run and fewer people to disappear among. In some ways, that makes it worse, because everyone knows everyone. Everyone knows the victims. Everyone knows someone connected to the people who did it. The ripples spread fast and deep. There's no anonymity to dull the impact. I remember driving through town afterward and feeling like everything looked the same. But nothing felt the same. Same buildings, same roads, same quiet nights. But now all of it felt fragile, like the surface of things was thin and easily broken. What stays with me most is the age, 19, 21. Those are ages where you still feel invincible, or at least distant from death, where the future feels wide open, even if you don't know what you want yet. They were robbed not just of life, but of possibility, and all of it over something so small it feels obscene to even compare it to the cost. An ounce of weed. When people romanticize crime or talk about violence like it's dramatic or exciting, I think about this. About 2 kids being forced awake in their own home. About fear in the dark. About gunshots where there should have been nothing but sleep. About parents getting phone calls no one should ever have to receive. I think about how quickly things can fall apart. How one bad decision by one violent person can erase entire futures. How proximity doesn't equal safety. How familiarity doesn't equal protection. And I think about how people still insist that small towns are different, that they're safer, that things like this don't happen here. They do. They absolutely do. They just feel worse when they do, because you can't distance yourself from them. You can't pretend they belong to someone else's world. They happened in your streets, to people you recognized, in houses that looked just like everyone else's. This story changed how I see everything. It changed how I think about trust, about randomness, about how close violence always is, even when life feels calm. It stripped away the last bit of innocence I had left about where danger lives. Small-town America isn't immune to horror. It isn't insulated from cruelty. Sometimes it's the perfect place for it to hide, because no one wants to believe it could happen there. 2 people I knew died because someone decided their lives were worth less than whatever they wanted to take from them. That's not a statistic, that's not a headline. That's a truth I carry with me. And anyone who tells you that small towns are safer by default hasn't lived long enough or close enough to see how wrong that belief can be. When my dad was a kid, around 10 years old, his world was very different from mine, but in some ways it was also painfully familiar. He grew up in a time when kids spent most of their days outside, moving from house to house, riding bikes, getting into trouble in small, careless ways that felt harmless at the time. Parents worked long hours, kids were trusted to entertain themselves. Adults assumed nothing truly terrible could happen during an ordinary afternoon. My dad used to tell me stories about those years, usually light ones. Stories about playing with his friends until it got dark, about scraped knees and stupid dares, about feeling like the world was huge and endless. But there was one story he told me only once, maybe twice. It wasn't framed as a lesson. He didn't soften it or dramatize it. He told it quietly, almost like he was reciting something he had repeated in his head for decades. And even hearing it secondhand, it became one of the most haunting things I've ever known. When he was about 10 years old, he and a group of his friends were hanging out at another boy's house. This wasn't unusual. Kids gathered wherever there was space, snacks, or something interesting to do. This particular friend lived in a house where his father worked long hours and was gone most of the day. Like many adults at the time, the father owned a gun, a loaded pistol. And like many adults back then, he didn't imagine that his child would ever touch it. But the kids knew where it was. My dad told me that the boy whose house it was had shown them before. He knew exactly where his father kept the pistol, and when his father was at work, he would take it out, not to hurt anyone, not because he was angry or malicious, but because he was curious, because it felt powerful, because kids don't understand consequences the way adults do. The gun became something they gathered around, something dangerous but in a distant, abstract way. My dad said the boy would take it out in front of them and play with it, showing it off, holding it like something important. The other kids watched. Some were scared, some excited, some uncomfortable but unsure how to speak up. None of them truly believed the gun could go off. Guns were things you saw in movies, in stories. They weren't real until suddenly they were. One day, it happened again. The boys were there, clustered together in the house, doing what kids do when adults aren't around. The pistol came out, and my dad never went into detail about exactly what the boy was doing with it. He didn't need to. The important part was what followed. The gun went off. There was no warning, no dramatic buildup, just a loud, sudden sound that shattered the room and their understanding of the world all at once. The boy shot himself in the head, right there in front of my dad and his friends. What makes this story unbearable isn't just that a child died. It's what happened in the moments after. My dad told me that his friend didn't die right away. He was still conscious, still aware. He knew exactly what had happened to him. And when my dad described this part, his voice changed in a way I've never forgotten. He said the boy's eyes were wide with terror, not confusion, not shock, but absolute understanding. The kind of fear that comes when someone realizes all at once that they have made a mistake they cannot undo. The boys started panicking. My dad said it was clear that he knew he was dying. There was no calm, no peaceful fading, just raw, uncontrollable fear, a child realizing in the worst possible way that life was ending and there was nothing anyone could do about it. And then he died. Right there, in front of a group of 10-year-old boys who had no tools, no understanding, no way to process what they were seeing. One moment they were just kids messing around. The next, they were witnesses to something that would follow them for the rest of their lives. My dad didn't go into detail about what happened immediately afterward. He didn't talk about screaming or running or adults arriving. Maybe because those details don't matter as much. The damage had already been done. The image of his friend's face, the terror in his eyes, the knowledge that he was aware of his own death, that was the part that stayed. When my dad told me this story, I remember feeling physically sick. Even though I wasn't there, even though it happened long before I was born, the weight of it pressed down on me. I couldn't stop imagining it. A child, barely old enough to understand what death truly means, realizing too late that he was about to die. The cruelty of that moment felt unbearable. What haunted me most was thinking about my dad, about him as a 10-year-old kid, standing there, helpless, no adult to explain, no way to unsee it, no way to go back to who he was 5 minutes earlier. Childhood is supposed to be a time of safety, of learning slowly, of being protected from the worst parts of reality. That day ripped all of that away in an instant. I can't imagine what it must have done to my dad and his friends. Kids don't have the language or emotional tools to process trauma like that. They don't sit down and talk through it. They don't get therapy. They go home. They go to bed. They try to sleep. And when they close their eyes, the image is still there. My dad never talked about nightmares, but I can't believe he didn't have them. I can't believe that terror didn't replay in his mind over and over again. The sound of the gun, the look in his friend's eyes, the moment where everything changed. What strikes me now as an adult is how random it all was. There was no intention for harm, no argument, no warning signs that would have been obvious to a child. Just a loaded gun, curiosity, and a single irreversible moment. One mistake that ended a life and permanently scarred several others. That story changed the way I think about trauma. We often focus on the person who dies, and of course, that loss is enormous. But there are also the witnesses, the children who were there, the ones who carried that moment forward into adulthood, shaping who they became in ways they might not even fully understand. When my dad told me that story, he didn't cry. He didn't raise his voice. He just told it plainly, as if it were a fact of his life, something that had happened and could not be changed. But there was a heaviness to it, a sense that it was still there with him, even all those years later, and now it's with me too. I think about that boy sometimes, about how he probably woke up that morning thinking about normal kid things, about how he had no idea that by the end of the day, his life would be over. I think about his parents, especially his father, who must have lived with an unbearable weight afterward, knowing that something he owned, something he thought was safely put away, ended his child's life. I think about my dad and his friends, carrying that image into adulthood, into relationships, into parenthood. How something like that shapes your understanding of danger, of mortality, of how fragile life really is. The story haunts me, even though it didn't happen to me directly. I can't imagine what it must be like to live with it as a memory of your own childhood, to know that your first real encounter with death wasn't gradual or gentle, but sudden, violent, and filled with terror. It's one of those stories that makes you realize how thin the line is between ordinary life and irreversible tragedy, how a single moment can fracture time into before and after, how childhood innocence isn't always lost slowly, but sometimes ripped away in an instant. Even now, years after my dad told me, I still think about the terror in that boy's eyes, about the realization he must have felt in his final moments, and about the group of children standing there, watching, powerless to help, never able to forget. Some stories don't need monsters or shadows to be horrifying. Sometimes the scariest stories are the ones that really happened, the ones where the horror comes from a single devastating mistake and the knowledge that nothing can ever make it right again. I grew up in the rural Midwest in the 70s and 80s, in a time and place that feels almost unreal now. I was a kid, then a teenager, and for years I regularly babysat for family and close family friends. Everyone knew everyone. Our houses sat far apart, surrounded by fields, gravel roads, and long stretches of quiet. Nights were dark and still, and days moved slowly, marked by chores, school, and small-town routines. Back then, people trusted their neighbors in a way that feels impossible now. Doors were rarely locked, even at night. Cars sat in driveways with the keys still in the ignition. It wasn't carelessness, at least not how it felt to us. It was simply how life was. Safe, familiar, predictable. One of the families I knew during that time lived not far from us. I didn't babysit for them, but our families crossed paths often enough that I got to know them. The mother had a friend who would visit sometimes, and I met her a few times over the years. She stood out to me because she was kind and warm, the sort of person who smiled easily and seemed genuinely interested in whoever she was talking to. She was pretty in a soft, everyday way, not flashy, just someone who looked comfortable in her own skin. She also had a little girl, who everyone noticed right away. The girl was adorable, with bright eyes and an open, cheerful way about her, the kind of child people instinctively smiled at. Even before I met them, I knew their family had gone through something terrible. In a place that small, tragedies didn't stay private. They moved quietly from house to house, shared in hushed conversations, passed along with sympathy and sorrow. A couple of years before I ever met the mother and her remaining daughter, there had been an accident, one that no one ever forgot. The story was always told carefully, as if choosing the wrong words might somehow make it worse. The mother had been backing out of her driveway one ordinary day. Nothing unusual, nothing that would have set off alarms. Her toddler, the older sister of the little girl I later met, had been playing behind the car. The mother didn't see her. In a matter of seconds, without any chance to stop it, she backed over her own child. By the time anyone realized what had happened, it was too late. The toddler died. Even now, decades later, it's hard to think about without feeling sick. It was the kind of tragedy that shattered more than just a moment. It broke a family in ways that could never fully be repaired. There was no one to blame in the usual sense. No villain, no intention. Just a terrible accident and a mother who had to live with that knowledge for the rest of her life. In a small town, everyone felt it. People brought casseroles, spoke in whispers, hugged a little tighter. But once the food was eaten and the shock faded, that family was left alone with their grief. By the time I met them, a few years had passed. On the surface, they seemed to be doing what people always say you're supposed to do after something awful happens. They carried on. They raised their remaining daughter. They tried to rebuild some version of a normal life. From the outside, it looked like they were healing, or at least learning how to live with the pain. The little girl was happy, or happy enough, and the parents did their best to give her a safe, loving childhood. Still, everyone knew there was a weight in that house that never fully lifted. Life went on, as it always does, even after unimaginable loss. Seasons changed. Summers came and went. The memory of the accident remained, but it became part of the background, something people remembered without always talking about. In those days, the world felt smaller and slower, and danger felt far away. Crimes like home invasions or violent attacks were things you heard about on the news, happening in cities, not in places like ours. That illusion of safety was shattered one random summer night. It was the middle of the night, quiet in the way rural nights are quiet. No traffic, no sirens, just insects and the occasional distant sound carried over the fields. That night, someone walked into their house. There was no forced entry, no broken window, no splintered doorframe. He simply walked in because the door was unlocked, just as it always was. What happened next was every family's worst nightmare, and it unfolded in the very place that was supposed to be safest. The intruder confronted the parents. The father was overpowered and tied up. He was restrained in such a way that he couldn't intervene, couldn't protect his wife, couldn't do anything but watch. The man assaulted the mother brutally, right there in their own home, on the dining room table where the family shared meals, talked about their days, tried to build some sense of normalcy after their earlier loss. The violence of it is hard to put into words, and even harder to fully comprehend. The cruelty wasn't just in the act itself, but in the way the attacker forced the father to witness it. That kind of trauma doesn't end when the attacker leaves. It embeds itself into memory, into relationships, into every corner of a person's life. The house itself, once a place of comfort, became something else entirely. The only small mercy in that night, if it can even be called that, was that their daughter never woke up. The little girl slept through the entire ordeal. She didn't hear the sounds, didn't see the fear, didn't understand what was happening just a few rooms away. When people later spoke about it, this detail was always mentioned, as if clinging to it provided some tiny relief in an otherwise unbearable story. At least the child was spared that moment, people would say. At least she didn't have to carry that memory. But even that mercy feels fragile when you think about it. Children sense more than we give them credit for. Even if she didn't wake up, even if she never knew the details, the aftermath would have changed everything around her. Her parents would have been different after that night. The house would have felt different. Safety would no longer be a given. When news of what happened spread, it hit the community hard. People were stunned. This wasn't supposed to happen here. Not in a place where doors stayed unlocked and everyone trusted one another. Fear crept in quietly at first, then settled in for good. People started locking their doors. Keys disappeared from ignitions. Porch lights stayed on at night. Something fundamental had shifted. I was young, but old enough to understand that this wasn't just a bad story or a shocking headline. It was real people, people I had seen and spoken to, whose lives had been torn open again after they had already endured something unimaginable. The unfairness of it was overwhelming. First the accident, a moment of horror that no one could undo, and then, years later, a deliberate act of violence that stripped away any sense of peace they might have rebuilt. Looking back now, what stays with me most is the contrast. Before that night, their story was already tragic, but it was the kind of tragedy people tried to wrap in understanding and compassion. An accident, a horrible mistake. After that night, there was no way to soften what had happened. It was intentional, cruel, and senseless. It took a family that had already been broken and shattered them all over again. I don't know what became of them in the years that followed. In small towns, people move away quietly, or stay and learn how to live with the stares and the whispered sympathy. I don't know if they were able to heal or if they ever felt safe again in their own home. I don't know how the little girl grew up or what she was told about that night, or what she sensed without being told anything at all. What I do know is that the story never left me. Even now, decades later, it comes back to me sometimes, uninvited. It comes back when people talk about the good old days and how things used to be safer, simpler. It reminds me that safety is often an illusion, one we cling to until something proves otherwise. It reminds me how fragile normal life really is. and how quickly it can be torn apart, even in places that feel protected from the rest of the world. That family's story became part of the quiet history of our town, something people remembered but rarely discussed in detail. But for those of us who knew them, or knew of them, it lingered as a warning and a sorrow. It was a reminder that tragedy doesn't follow rules, and that sometimes, even after surviving the worst thing you can imagine, life can still find new ways to hurt you. And maybe that's the hardest part of all. Not just that such terrible things happen, but that they can happen to the same people, over and over, without reason or fairness. A mother who lived with the guilt of a terrible accident. A father who was forced to watch something no one should ever have to witness. A child whose life was shaped by loss and fear before she was old enough to understand either. In a place that once felt safe, their story changed everything. And even now, when I think back to those quiet Midwestern nights, I remember that illusion of safety and how easily it was broken. When my grandpa was about 15 years old, his life was split cleanly into a before and an after, even if he didn't have the words for it at the time. He was still a kid, old enough to understand when something was wrong, but far too young to be forced to witness the kind of violence that would stay with him for the rest of his life. His mother, my great-grandmother, was in the process of divorcing his stepdad. By the time things reached that point, the marriage had already become unbearable. Her husband was deeply manipulative and controlling, the kind of man who needed to dominate every part of another person's life. He didn't just want obedience, he wanted proof. He needed to know where she was, who she spoke to, and whether her stories matched his expectations. One of the things my grandpa always mentioned when he talked about that time was how his stepdad would track the mileage on my great-grandmother's car. He would write down the number, then check it again later, making sure the distance added up with wherever she claimed to have gone. If it didn't, he would accuse her of lying. It wasn't about catching her in anything specific. It was about control, about making her feel watched at all times, even when he wasn't physically there. Living in that house meant living in constant tension. There was no real sense of safety, only a careful routine of avoiding conflict where possible and bracing for it when it wasn't. By the time the divorce began, things were already volatile. Emotions were high. Anger, resentment, and fear hung in the air constantly. My grandpa, still a teenager, could sense that something was deeply wrong, even if no one said it out loud. Then came the day that changed everything. My great-grandmother believed her husband was coming by to pick up some of his belongings. That kind of thing was common during a separation. It didn't immediately raise alarms. There was no warning that this visit would be different from the others, no indication that it would turn violent. My grandpa was there when his stepdad arrived. What happened next unfolded fast, but not so fast that it could be blocked out or forgotten. Instead of gathering his things and leaving, his stepdad pulled out a gun. Without any real argument or build-up that my grandpa could remember, he started shooting. My great-grandmother was shot multiple times, in the head, in the chest. My grandpa witnessed the entire thing. At 15 years old, he stood there and watched a man he lived with try to murder his mother. There was no time to react, no chance to intervene, no way to process what was happening in the moment. 1 second she was alive and standing there, and the next she was collapsing under gunfire. For a teenager, that kind of image doesn't just scare you. It rewires you. It destroys any remaining belief that adults are always in control, or that home is always a safe place. My grandpa never described the scene in graphic detail, but he didn't need to. The horror was already clear. The shock, the panic, the helplessness of watching and not being able to stop it. After the shooting, everything became chaos. There were screams. Someone called for help. Emergency responders arrived. My great-grandmother was rushed for medical treatment. No one expected her to survive. Being shot multiple times in the head and chest was usually a death sentence, especially at that time. And yet, she lived. That's the part that still feels almost impossible to believe. Against all odds, my great-grandmother survived the attack. The bullets didn't kill her. She endured surgeries, recovery, and the long aftermath of trauma, both physical and emotional. The damage was real, and she carried it for the rest of her life. But she did not die that day. She went on to live a fairly long life after that. That fact alone feels unreal when you think about what she went through. A woman who endured years of manipulation and control, survived an attempted murder in front of her child, and still managed to keep living afterward. The strength that must have taken is hard to fully understand. For my grandpa, though, survival didn't mean the story was over. He had seen something no child should ever see. He had watched a man attempt to kill his mother. Even though she lived, the damage to him was already done. Trauma doesn't disappear just because the victim survives. In some ways, it lingers even more because the memory never gets softened by finality. He grew up carrying that moment with him. He didn't talk about it often. When he did, it was usually brief, factual, and stripped of emotion. The way people talk about things that hurt too much to revisit deeply. But it shaped him. It shaped how he saw anger, control, and violence. It shaped how protective he was of his family later in life. It shaped how seriously he took threats and warning signs in people. There's also something especially haunting about the randomness of it. One moment the visit was supposed to be about picking up belongings. The next, it was an attempted murder. That kind of sudden shift leaves you permanently on edge. It teaches you that danger doesn't always announce itself. Sometimes it walks in pretending to be something normal. The man who did it was exactly the kind of person people often underestimate. Controlling, manipulative, obsessed with power. The divorce represented a loss of control, and he couldn't accept it. For people like that, separation isn't just rejection, it's humiliation. And humiliation, combined with entitlement and rage, can become deadly. What makes the story even harder to sit with is knowing my grandpa had to grow up after that. Life didn't pause to let him process what he'd seen. He still had to become an adult, build a life, and carry on as if that moment wasn't always sitting just beneath the surface of his memories. My great-grandmother surviving didn't erase what happened. It didn't make it less violent or less traumatic. It just meant that instead of mourning her, my grandpa had to live with the memory of nearly losing her and the knowledge of exactly how close he came. When people talk about domestic violence as something private or contained, stories like this show how wrong that is. The damage spreads outward, it reaches children, it reshapes families, it leaves scars that last for generations. What stays with me the most is imagining my grandpa at 15, standing there watching his world collapse in real time. A kid who should have been worrying about school or friends, instead learning how fragile life really is. Learning how dangerous people can become when they feel they're losing control. And then there's my great-grandmother, a woman who endured years of abuse, survived an attempted execution, and still lived on. Her survival doesn't erase the horror of what happened, but it adds a strange, powerful layer to the story. She wasn't just a victim. She was someone who refused, even unintentionally, to die when someone decided she should. She lived long enough to become more than just that moment. Long enough for my grandpa to have more memories of her than just the worst one. Long enough for her life to continue beyond violence, even if the shadow of it never fully disappeared. The story is horrifying, but it's also a reminder of how strong people can be in ways we don't always see, and how deeply violence can mark those who witness it. even when the outcome is survival. It's one of those family stories that never really fades. It gets quieter over time, told less often, but it never truly goes away. It lives in the way people are cautious, in the way they protect each other, in the way they understand that sometimes the most dangerous moments come from the people closest to us. And the fact that my great-grandmother lived, that she went on after something so unimaginable, is still the craziest part of all. Sorry to interrupt. If you're new here, I'd appreciate it if you subscribe to Shadow Archives for daily true horror content that will haunt your dreams and keep you wondering what lurks in the shadows. And don't forget to tap the notification bell so you never miss a new story when the darkness calls out to you. Back in 2011, my parents had just bought a small farm in the middle of nowhere. When I say nowhere, I really mean it. No nearby towns, no streetlights, no traffic noise, nothing that made it feel connected to the rest of the world. At that time, my dad was still working in California and hadn't moved yet, so it was just my mom and me living in the new house. It was supposed to be a fresh start, something peaceful and quiet. But moving from a city into that kind of isolation was more unsettling than either of us expected. The house sat at the very end of a dead-end gravel road. Once you reached our driveway, there was nowhere else to go. No houses past us, no reason for anyone to drive by unless they were coming directly to our place. The land around the house was heavily wooded, thick with trees that blocked out what little moonlight there was at night. During the day, it was beautiful in a wild, untouched way, but at night it felt like the woods closed in around the house. Sounds carried strangely out there, and silence felt heavier than it ever had in the city. It was our first week living there, and the house needed a lot of work. There were repairs to make, cleaning to do, and endless little projects that drained our energy. Because of that, my mom and I were exhausted every night. We went to bed early, earlier than we ever would have back in the city, simply because there was nothing else to do once the sun went down. No quick trips to the store, no nearby neighbors to visit, just darkness and quiet. One night, not long after we had gone to bed, everything changed. We were already asleep when, sometime after 10 o'clock, there was a knock at the front door. It wasn't loud at first, but in the kind of silence that surrounded the house, it might as well have been a shout. Almost immediately, our dog went crazy. We had an Australian Shepherd, but she was often mistaken for a Rottweiler because of her coloring and build. She was large, strong, and extremely aggressive with strangers. She didn't bark just to bark. When she barked like that, it meant she felt threatened. The sound of her barking jolted both my mom and me fully awake. My heart was already racing before I even sat up in bed. We both knew instantly that something was wrong. No one should have been knocking on our door that late, especially not out there. It was pitch black outside, and we were two women alone in a house surrounded by woods. As we got out of bed, fear set in quickly. Every worst-case thought rushed through my mind at once. Who would come to a house like ours after 10 at night? How did they even find us? We hadn't met any neighbors yet. We barely knew the area. The isolation that had seemed peaceful during the day now felt dangerous. Our dog was losing her mind, barking and growling as she ran toward the front door. My mom moved fast, but stayed calm. She reached for her handgun, something she had insisted on keeping close after the move, and tucked it behind her back. She didn't wave it around or panic. She was focused, steady, and serious in a way I had never seen before. I followed her down the hallway, my hands shaking as I tried to grab the dog's collar and hold her back. Getting to our front door wasn't simple. Anyone who wanted to knock had to pull into our private driveway, get out of their vehicle, walk up onto our deck, and go through a closed, gated area before they could even reach the door. Nothing about it was welcoming, especially at night. That made the situation even more terrifying. Whoever was out there had gone out of their way to reach us. My mom cracked the door open just enough to see the person standing there. I stayed behind her, using everything I had to keep the dog from lunging forward. She was snarling, barking, and pulling against me so hard my arms were burning. The man at the door looked ordinary at first glance. Middle-aged, nothing about him immediately screamed danger. But there was something off about him, something that made my skin crawl. He smiled and said he was our neighbor and that he just wanted to welcome us to the area. At 10 o'clock at night, my mom thanked him politely but briefly. She clearly wanted the conversation to end as quickly as possible. She tried to close the door, but he stopped it with his hand. That was the moment my fear turned into full-blown panic. Every alarm in my head was screaming that this was not okay. Our dog went even crazier. I could barely hold her back now, her whole body tense and ready to attack. The man didn't seem bothered by her at all, which somehow made things worse. Instead of backing away, he started talking faster, his tone shifting. He began claiming that he owned part of our land. He said the well on the property belonged to him. He went on and on, saying things that made no sense, jumping from one claim to another. It felt less like a conversation and more like he was testing us, seeing how we would react. My mom told him firmly that he needed to leave. She didn't raise her voice, but there was no friendliness left in it. He refused. He just stood there, blocking the door, ignoring her, and continuing his strange rant. I could feel the dog shaking beneath my hands, ready to explode forward if I let go. That's when my mom made her move. She pulled the gun out from behind her back, pointed it at him, and told him very clearly to leave. Her voice didn't shake. She didn't hesitate. She said that if he didn't leave immediately, she would shoot him and then let the dog go. For a split second, everything was frozen. The man's expression changed completely. The friendliness vanished, replaced by shock and anger. Then he started screaming. He turned and ran, stumbling off the deck and sprinting down our driveway toward the road. As he ran, he yelled something that sent a fresh wave of fear through me. He shouted that the bitch has a gun, and that was when we realized he hadn't come alone. There were other people with him, waiting somewhere out of sight. My mom slammed the door shut and locked it. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely dial the phone, but I called the police immediately. My heart felt like it was going to burst out of my chest. I kept looking out the windows, half expecting someone to come back. We could hear vehicles starting up, tires crunching on gravel as they drove away. The woods swallowed the sound quickly, leaving us alone again in the darkness. Every shadow looked like a person. Every noise made me jump. Amazingly, a deputy was already in the area. Before the truck even made it out of the private road, the police stopped them. Later, we found out the man was given a trespass warning. That was it. No arrest, no dramatic ending. Just a warning and a reminder of how close something truly terrible could have come. That night was one of the scariest moments of my life. Even after the police left, I couldn't sleep. I sat there replaying everything, over and over in my head. What if my mom hadn't had her gun? What if she had hesitated? What if the dog hadn't been there? The outcome could have been very different. What stuck with me most was how calm my mom had been. She didn't freeze. She didn't panic. She was ready to protect us no matter what. Seeing that changed how I looked at her forever. And yes, it turned out the man really was a neighbor. He owned the lot next to our property, though there was no house on it, no utilities, nothing permanent. He just camped there occasionally when he passed through the area every year or so. Knowing that didn't make it better. If anything, it made it worse. It meant someone like that could be that close to us, watching, knowing where we lived. After that night, the farm never felt the same. The quiet wasn't peaceful anymore. It was tense, waiting. Doors were always locked. Lights stayed on longer. And I learned a lesson I've never forgotten. Isolation can be beautiful, but it can also be terrifying. And sometimes the scariest things don't come from the woods. They come knocking at your door. It happened on a Friday night, and even now it still doesn't feel real when I think about how close it came to going very, very wrong. I keep replaying it in my head, not because I want to, but because my brain seems determined to remind me just how thin the line was between an uncomfortable moment and something far worse. Earlier that night, a group of friends and I had been out drinking. Nothing wild or unusual, just one of those long nights where time blurs together, conversations loop, and you don't realize how exhausted you are until the adrenaline finally wears off. By the time everything started winding down, I was tired, slightly drunk, and ready to be done for the night. That's when one of our friends realized her car wouldn't start. It wasn't a huge crisis. We were all nearby. Sure, and a couple of people offered to help jump-start it. We parked, got out, and started getting things ready. While everyone else focused on the car, I realized I was still dressed in the nice clothes I'd worn earlier in the night. They were uncomfortable, tight, and at that point felt ridiculous for standing around a dark street trying to deal with a dead battery. My friend lived just across the street. It felt harmless, almost laughably harmless. I told everyone I was going to run across, change into something more comfortable, and come right back. It wasn't even a full block away, just across the street into her place and back out. I didn't think twice about it. I crossed over, changed quickly, and stepped back outside. The night air felt heavier now, quieter. The streetlights cast that dull yellow glow that makes everything look slightly unreal. My friends were still where I'd left them, clustered around the car, talking and laughing as they worked. I started walking back toward them. That's when I noticed the car. At first, it didn't register as a threat. It was just a vehicle driving down the street, something you barely acknowledge. Then the driver slowed, then he waved at me. Not a friendly wave, not a quick acknowledgement. It was deliberate, repeated, clearly meant to get my attention. My stomach tightened instantly. I didn't wave back. I didn't smile. I didn't respond at all. I just kept walking, picking up my pace slightly, hoping he'd lose interest and keep driving. People wave at strangers sometimes. I told myself not to overreact. I told myself I was probably misreading it. Then he put his car in reverse. I heard the engine change pitch. I saw the brake lights flash, and suddenly the car was moving backward, following me as I walked forward. That was the moment fear hit me full force. Not unease, not discomfort, pure, sharp terror, the kind that floods your body all at once, leaving no room for doubt or rationalization. Every instinct in me screamed that this was wrong, that this man should not be doing this, that I was not safe. I started walking faster. He reversed faster. I could hear the tires crunching slightly on the pavement as he kept pace with me. The distance between us didn't grow. If anything, it felt like it was closing. My heart was pounding so hard, it felt like it was in my throat. My thoughts scattered, but one thing was crystal clear. I needed attention. I needed witnesses. I needed noise. So I screamed. Not something polite, not something subtle. I screamed at the top of my lungs, "Help! This man is trying to prostitute me!" The words came out raw and frantic, not planned, not filtered. It was the first thing my panicking brain could grab onto that sounded shocking enough to make people look. At first, my friends laughed. They were drunk too. They assumed I was joking. They thought I was being dramatic or messing around, because that's how it sounded in isolation. A drunk friend yelling something ridiculous into the night. But then they looked up, and they saw the car. They saw it speeding in reverse toward me. They saw how close it was. They saw that this wasn't a joke. The laughter stopped instantly. I could feel the shift even without looking at them. The air changed. What had been casual and noisy became tense and focused. I wasn't alone anymore, not in the way the man had probably assumed I was. I think he saw it too. I think the moment he realized I wasn't by myself, that I had a group of people watching, that there were witnesses and potential consequences, something changed in him. He slammed on the brakes, shifted gears, and sped off down the street, disappearing almost as quickly as he'd appeared. It was over just like that. No confrontation, no explanation, no chance to understand what his intentions truly were. Just the sudden absence of danger and the sickening realization of what might have happened if things had gone even slightly differently. I made it back to my friends, shaking. My hands wouldn't stop trembling. My legs felt weak, like they might give out beneath me. Adrenaline was still surging through me, making everything feel too bright, too loud, too sharp. Everyone was suddenly talking at once. "Did you see that? What the hell was that guy doing? Are you okay?" Someone put a hand on my shoulder. Someone else swore loudly and looked down the street as if the car might come back. The mood had completely changed. The jump start no longer mattered. Nothing mattered except the fact that something had just happened that none of us were prepared for. At the time, I tried to laugh it off a little. I was drunk. I didn't want to fully process how scared I was, but inside, I felt hollow, violated, even though nothing physical had happened. Just the knowledge that someone had singled me out, followed me, and felt entitled to approach me like that was enough to make my skin crawl. Later, after things calmed down, one of my friends said something that made my blood run cold all over again. She told me that while she was waiting for us to come help jumpstart her car, she'd noticed the same man driving around the neighborhood, circling, passing by more than once, slow enough to be noticeable. That meant what happened to me wasn't random. He hadn't just happened to see me and act on impulse. He had already been watching, already been looking, waiting for an opportunity. And I had handed him one without realizing it by walking alone, even for just a minute. That thought is what really stays with me. I keep thinking about how small the gap was, how close my friends were, how short the distance was between the two houses, how easy it was to assume I'd be fine. I keep thinking about how tired I was, how intoxicated, nay, how distracted, how vulnerable all of that made me without me even realizing it. If my friends hadn't been outside, if they'd been inside grabbing cables, if I'd crossed the street a minute earlier or later, if I hadn't screamed. There are too many versions of that night that don't end the same way. What scares me most is how quickly it escalated. There was no slow buildup, no chance to assess. One moment I was walking, the next moment I was being followed by a car in reverse. It didn't feel like harassment. It felt like the opening move of something much worse. I've replayed his face in my head, though I didn't really see it clearly. I remember the shape of the car more than the man himself. I remember the headlights, the sound of the engine, the way the car matched my speed. I remember how small I felt in that moment, how exposed. Even now, days later, my body still reacts when I think about it. My chest tightens, my stomach knots, my shoulders tense like I'm bracing for something. It's strange how fear lingers, even when logic tells you the danger has passed. Nothing physically happened to me, and I know that. But that doesn't mean it didn't matter. It doesn't mean it wasn't real. It doesn't mean it didn't change something in me. I'm more aware now, hyper-aware. Every car that slows down too much catches my attention. Every unexpected sound behind me makes my heart jump. I hate that someone I'll never see again gets to leave that mark on me without consequence. What angers me is how normal the situation was. Helping a friend, changing clothes, walking across the street. These are things people do every day without thinking twice. And yet, in that moment, it was enough to put me in danger. So, yeah, I'm saying it out loud now, even if it sounds obvious. Don't walk alone at night, even if it's just across the street, even if your friends are nearby, even if you think it'll only take a minute, even if you've done it 100 times before without issue. Because all it takes is one person, one moment, one bad decision by someone else, and everything can change. I was lucky. Incredibly lucky. I had people with me. I had my voice. I had enough presence of mind, even while drunk and terrified, to scream and draw attention. Not everyone gets that chance. And the fact that I was almost kidnapped on an ordinary Friday night, during a moment I barely thought about at the time, is something I don't think I'll ever fully forget. One of the strangest and most unsettling stories from my childhood is one that I don't actually remember clearly myself, at least not the beginning of it. Most of what I know comes from what my parents told me later, from bits and pieces that surfaced over the years, and from a few sharp memories that stuck with me even though I was very young at the time. It's one of those stories that feels almost unreal when you look back on it, like something that shouldn't have happened in an ordinary family's life, but somehow did. My dad was an alcoholic back then. That fact shaped a lot of things about our home, both in obvious ways and in quieter ones. He had a deep sense of sympathy for people who were struggling, especially men who reminded him of himself. Drifters, hitchhikers, guys down on their luck. He saw them as people who just needed a break, a meal, a little kindness. In his mind, helping them wasn't just generosity, it was a kind of responsibility. One day, he picked up a hitchhiker and brought him home. This wasn't unusual for my dad. He had done it before, and for a while, he would keep doing it afterward, too. But this particular man was different. Even as a child, I remember there being something off about him. I couldn't have explained it at the time, but I remember feeling uneasy. The kind of uneasy that makes you want to stay close to your mom without knowing why. My dad brought the man into our house and told my mom to feed him and let him wash his clothes. That was the routine. A hot meal, a shower, clean clothes, basic kindness. The guy took a shower, sat at our table, ate the food my mom made, and drank with my dad. My dad always drank with them. Booze was part of the hospitality, part of the bonding. The man was creepy. That's the only word that really fits. There was something in the way he talked, the way he looked at people, the way he carried himself. Not loud or aggressive, just wrong. Like he didn't quite belong in normal life. My mom noticed it too. She didn't like him. She didn't trust him. But at that point, he was already in our house, already being treated like a guest. After that first visit, he left. Life went on, but every time he was back in the area, he would stop by. At first, it probably didn't seem like a big deal to my dad. He saw it as loyalty, a guy who remembered kindness and came back to say hello. The man would drink with my dad, sometimes heavily. As the drinking went on over multiple visits, things got darker. One night, after getting very drunk with my dad, the man confessed something that changed everything. He told my dad that he had killed his wife. Then he said he had later killed his girlfriend too. He claimed he had buried both of them under the kitchen floor in his home. And he said he was on the run from the law. It's hard to imagine what it must have been like for my dad to hear that. Sitting in his own house, drunk, face to face with a man he had invited in, realizing that the person across from him was claiming to be a murderer. Not a story from the news, not something far away, someone sitting at his table. That confession sobered my dad up fast. Whatever denial or drunken fog he had been living in disappeared in that moment. He suddenly understood how dangerous the situation might be, not just for himself, but for my mom, my sister, and me. So he told the man to leave. Then he turned to my mom and told her to take my sister and me to my grandparents' house. He didn't want us anywhere near the house until he knew the situation was handled. He told her to wait until he called and said it was safe for us to come home. I remember being taken to my grandparents' house. though at the time I didn't understand why. I was very young, maybe 4 years old. What stands out to me isn't fear or panic, but confusion. Kids sense when something is wrong, even if they don't know what it is. On the way to my grandparents' house, my mom stopped at a pancake place. It was like an IHOP, but a small local mom-and-pop restaurant. We never went there before or after that day. That's how I know this memory is tied to something important. It's burned into my mind because it was unusual. I remember sitting in a booth, the smell of coffee and syrup in the air, the clatter of dishes. I remember my mom being quieter than usual, tense, focused. At the time, it felt like an odd little adventure. Looking back, I realize it was probably her, trying to keep things normal for us while her world was spinning. Back at home, my dad called the police. By the time they arrived, the man was gone. He had taken off before they could get there. According to what I was told later, the police took the report seriously, but there wasn't much they could do in that moment. The man had disappeared. There was no immediate evidence. Just a drunken confession made to another drunk man. Supposedly, he was later caught somewhere around Amarillo, Texas. That's what my parents believed. But there were never any newspaper articles that anyone could find. No clear confirmation, no closure, just a story that ended with, "I think they caught him." That uncertainty makes the whole thing even more unsettling. The idea that someone could confess to multiple murders, vanish, and leave behind nothing but rumors and memories is deeply disturbing. What stayed with me most wasn't just the confession, but how real it felt in our family afterward. My dad didn't treat it like a drunken joke. He didn't brush it off. He acted like a man who believed he had let something truly dangerous into his home. For a while, things changed. There was tension, a sense that something bad had come very close to us without us realizing it at the time. I don't remember exactly when we went back home, only that eventually we did. What's strange is that even after that, my dad didn't stop helping hitchhikers. You would think that bringing a supposed murderer into your home would end that habit forever. For most people, it probably would. But my dad was complicated. His alcoholism, his sense of guilt, his belief that he was somehow responsible for helping lost souls, all of that stayed with him. We had a couple more hitchhikers join us for holiday barbecues over the years. Men my dad had picked up and decided to include. My sister and I were not allowed to be around them unless one of our parents was present. That rule alone tells me how uneasy my mom was. Even if she didn't always fight my dad on it openly, those gatherings felt strange. Adults laughing, drinking, acting normal, while an unspoken tension sat under everything. As kids, we didn't know the details, but we knew there were rules. Don't go off alone. Don't talk too much. Stay where we can see you. Eventually, when I was a teenager, my dad stopped bringing hitchhikers home. I don't know exactly what changed. Maybe he got older. Maybe he got tired. Maybe he finally realized how dangerous it was. Or maybe he just ran out of excuses to keep doing it. Looking back now as an adult, the story hits differently than it did when I first heard it. As a kid, it was just another strange family story. As an adult, it's horrifying. The idea that a man who claimed to have murdered 2 women sat at our table, ate our food, drank with my dad, and spent time in our house is almost impossible to fully process. The idea that my mom, my sister, and I were there, vulnerable, unaware, makes my stomach turn. At the same time, I see my dad more clearly now. I see how his alcoholism blurred his judgment, how his desire to see himself as a helper, a good man doing good things, put his family at risk. How one moment of clarity saved us from something that could have gone very differently. There's also something deeply unsettling about the lack of proof. No articles, no names, no confirmation, just a confession and a disappearance. It leaves room for doubt, but not enough to bring comfort. Because even if the man was lying, even if he exaggerated or made it up, the fact that he would say something like that at all says enough. What haunts me most is how close danger can come without announcing itself. It didn't kick down the door. It didn't arrive with sirens or warning signs. It showed up with a thumb out on the side of the road and a sad story that made my dad feel sympathy. I think about that sometimes when people talk about evil as something obvious, something you can spot right away. In my experience and in my family's story, it wasn't obvious at all. It was quiet. It was invited in. It ate dinner with us. That memory of the pancake house still sticks with me. The warmth of the booth, the normalcy of it. The fact that my mom was trying to protect us without scaring us. It's such a small, ordinary detail in the middle of something dark, but maybe that's why it stands out. It was a pause, a moment of safety while something dangerous was being dealt with elsewhere. Even now, decades later, I think about how thin the line was. One confession, one decision by my dad to finally act, one choice to send us away instead of pretending everything was fine. My dad made a lot of mistakes in his life. Now, bringing strangers home was one of them. But that day when it mattered most, he did the right thing. He recognized the danger. He protected his family. And because of that, all we're left with is a story that unsettles us instead of something far worse. It's a reminder that sometimes the scariest things don't look scary at first. Sometimes they show up hungry, tired, and asking for help. And sometimes the moment you realize who they really are is the moment everything in your life changes. When my mom talks about her childhood in the 1980s, most of her memories sound like what you'd expect. Riding bikes until the streetlights came on, hanging out with friends without adults hovering nearby, doing dumb, harmless things just because no one was around to stop them. She grew up in a time when kids had freedom, sometimes too much of it, and the world still felt mostly safe, at least on the surface. But there is one night she told me about that never left her. Even now, decades later, she describes it as one of the scariest things she has ever seen. Not scary in a vague, uneasy way, but the kind of fear that locks itself into your memory and never fully fades. She was around 12 or 13 at the time, old enough to feel brave, young enough to have no real understanding of danger. That night, she was with a group of friends at one of their houses. It was a normal evening, the kind that starts with laughter and boredom and slowly turns into kids looking for something to do. No one wanted to go home yet. No one wanted the night to end. The house sat near a heavily wooded area, thick trees, uneven ground, the kind of woods that felt endless once you stepped inside them. During the day, it was just trees and dirt and shadows. At night, it was something else entirely. Still, being kids, they didn't think much of it. Someone suggested they go exploring. Someone else agreed. Before anyone could talk themselves out of it, they were heading toward the tree line. They didn't bring flashlights. They didn't tell any adults where they were going. It wasn't unusual. Kids wandered back then. But parents trusted that nothing truly bad would happen. The girls moved into the woods, laughing at first, pushing branches aside, joking about how brave they were. The darkness pressed in quickly once the house lights disappeared behind them. The woods were quiet in that way that only deep, thick woods can be quiet. Not peaceful, exactly, just still. Every snapped twig sounded loud. Every rustle felt closer than it should. But they kept going, feeding off each other's nerves, pretending not to be scared. At some point, they started going uphill. The ground sloped upward, forcing them to slow down. Trees thinned slightly as they climbed, and when they finally reached the top, they noticed something strange. Below them, past the edge of the hill, was a clearing. That alone was unusual. Clearings don't just appear naturally in dense woods. Someone had made that space. As they looked down, they noticed a fire burning in the middle of it. The flames flickered and cast an orange glow across the clearing, lighting up shapes that made my mom's stomach drop. There were people down there, a lot of them. She said it looked like around 15 people, maybe more, all standing in a loose circle around the fire. They were wearing long robes with hoods pulled up over their heads. The fabric hung down and moved slightly in the firelight. Their faces were mostly hidden, shadows filling the spaces where expressions should have been. For a moment, none of the girls spoke. They just stared, trying to make sense of what they were seeing. It didn't fit into anything they understood. It wasn't a party, it wasn't camping. It didn't look like adults just hanging out. There was something deliberate about the way they stood, about the circle, about the fire itself. My mom said the air felt wrong, heavy, like they had stepped into something they were never meant to see. Then one of her friends screamed. It wasn't a planned scream. It wasn't dramatic. It was pure instinctive fear bursting out of a child who suddenly realized how exposed they were. The sound cut through the woods and echoed down into the clearing. Everything changed instantly. The group around the fire stopped what they were doing. All at once, their heads turned upward, toward the hill, toward the girls. Even from that distance, my mom could feel the moment they were noticed. It was like being singled out by a predator, like the woods themselves had turned against them. The robed figures began to move. At first, it was slow, a few steps. Then more of them joined in. They started walking toward the base of the hill, looking up, clearly aware of where the girls were standing. As they moved, they began chanting. The words were simple, but that didn't make them any less terrifying. "Join us." Over and over again. "Join us." My mom said the sound carried unnaturally well through the woods. It wasn't shouted. It was spoken in unison, calm and steady, which somehow made it worse. There was no anger in it, no excitement, just certainty. That was when the girls ran. They didn't stop to think. They didn't look back at first. They turned and bolted down the hill, branches whipping at their faces, feet slipping on dirt and leaves. Panic took over completely. My mom said she had never run that fast in her life, before or since. Behind them, the chanting continued. "Join us." She couldn't tell if the group was following them up the hill or just moving closer beneath it. In her fear, it didn't matter. All she knew was that people in robes had seen them, called out to them, and were moving in their direction. Every horror story a kid could imagine crashed together in her mind at once. She didn't know what those people were. She didn't know what they wanted. She only knew that she didn't want to find out. The woods felt endless as they ran. Trees blurred together. The darkness swallowed everything beyond a few feet ahead. My mom said she could hear her own breathing, ragged and loud, and the pounding of her heart in her ears. She was terrified of falling, of tripping, of being the one who couldn't keep up. Finally, through the trees, they saw the glow of the house lights. That sight saved them. It gave them direction, something real to run toward. They burst out of the woods, gasping, crying, stumbling into the yard like they had escaped something alive. They didn't stop until they were inside. The door slammed shut and locked behind them. For a while, no one spoke. They just stood there, shaking, trying to catch their breath. When they finally started talking, it was chaotic. Everyone talking at once. Everyone trying to explain what they saw, what they heard, how close it felt. They never went back into those woods. Not that night. Not ever. My mom told me that even later, when she tried to think about it logically, nothing about it made sense. She didn't know much about cults. Neither did her parents. This was Pennsylvania in the mid-1980s, not some place people associated with robed gatherings in the woods. There were rumors. Of course, stories kids told each other, but nothing that prepared her for what she actually saw. She doesn't know who those people were. She doesn't know what they were doing. She doesn't know if they were harmless or dangerous or somewhere in between. All she knows is how it felt. The sight of that fire, the robes, the way they turned as one, the sound of their voices chanting together in the dark. That feeling never left her. Even now, as an adult, she avoids wooded areas at night. She doesn't like bonfires she can't see clearly. She doesn't like chanting, even in movies. Something about it takes her right back to that hill, looking down into a clearing she should never have seen. What makes the story even more unsettling is that there was no resolution, no explanation. No adult ever confirmed what it was. The police weren't called. Parents were told, but it was written off as kids seeing something weird, maybe adults playing a prank, maybe a misunderstanding. But my mom knows what she saw. She saw people in robes gathered around a fire deep in the woods. She heard them chant. She felt the shift when they realized they were being watched, and she felt the terror of being noticed by something unknown. Sometimes the scariest stories aren't the ones with clear answers. They're the ones that leave questions behind. Who were they? Why were they there? What would have happened if no one had screamed? If the girls had stayed silent just a few seconds longer? My mom doesn't like to think about those questions. Neither do I. All she knows is that she was a kid, standing in the woods with her friends, when the world suddenly showed her that there were things out there she didn't understand, things that didn't need to chase you to be terrifying, things that only had to notice you. And that night, whatever was in that clearing noticed them. The idea of cave diving has always frightened me, but the story of what happened in Norway in 2014 takes that fear to another level. Just thinking about it makes my chest feel tight. It's one of those incidents where the facts alone are terrifying, even before you try to imagine what it must have felt like to actually be there, deep underground, surrounded by rock, water, darkness, and no easy way out. On February 6th, 2014, a group of 6 experienced Finnish cave divers traveled to Norway to dive in the Pluragrata cave system. Pluragrata is located in Rana in northern Norway, and it is not just any cave. It is the deepest known cave system in northern Europe, reaching depths of around 130 meters. That depth alone makes it dangerous. Add to that the fact that it is a flooded cave system with narrow passages, unpredictable conditions, freezing water, and limited visibility, and it becomes clear that this is a place where even small mistakes can be fatal. Cave diving is already considered one of the most dangerous forms of diving in the world. Unlike open water diving, you can't simply ascend to the surface if something goes wrong. You are trapped inside rock. Your only way out is the same way you came in. In a cave like Pluragrata, that route can involve tight squeezes, long distances, and complex navigation. At great depth, every breath depends on your equipment working perfectly. There is no room for panic, no margin for error. The Finnish team knew all of this. These were not inexperienced thrill seekers. They were trained cave divers, people who understood the risks and had prepared extensively. Their goal was to explore and document the cave. And part of their dive was being filmed for a documentary. Cameras were rolling, capturing the descent into the dark, cold depths of the cave. At the time, no one could have known that the footage would later become a record of a fatal accident. At some point during the dive, 2 of the 6 divers became trapped deep inside the cave. The exact sequence of events has been analyzed and discussed many times, but the outcome was tragically clear. Something went wrong in a part of the cave where turning around or escaping quickly was not possible. Depth, distance, equipment limitations, and the physical structure of the cave worked against them. The remaining divers tried to help, but cave diving emergencies are brutally unforgiving. You can't rush. You can't bring extra air out of nowhere. You can't easily move another diver who is incapacitated. especially in tight passages hundreds of meters underground. Despite their efforts, the two trapped divers died deep within Plura Grotta. When authorities were informed, an assessment was made about the possibility of recovering the bodies. Rescue and recovery missions in caves like Plura Grotta are extremely dangerous, even for highly trained professionals. Every additional diver sent down increases the risk of more deaths. After evaluating the conditions, authorities decided that retrieving the bodies was simply too dangerous. The cave was officially closed to all diving. The divers who had died were to remain where they were. For many people, that would have been the end of the story. A tragic accident followed by a painful but final decision to leave the bodies behind. But in cave diving, this is not unheard of. There are many caves around the world that serve as underwater tombs, places where divers who died were never recovered because the risk was deemed too high. But for the surviving members of the Finnish team, it wasn't over. They had lost their friends in one of the worst ways imaginable. Not only were they dead, but they were also left alone in the dark, cold depths of the cave. The survivors struggled with that reality. The idea that their friends would remain there forever unrecovered was something they could not accept. Despite the official closure of the cave and the ban on diving, the survivors began planning a recovery mission in secret. This alone is chilling to think about. These were people who had already seen firsthand how deadly the cave could be. They knew exactly where their friends had died. They knew the risks better than anyone. And yet, they chose to go back. The recovery mission was not impulsive. It required careful planning, specialized equipment, and immense physical and mental preparation. Retrieving bodies from a deep cave is far more complicated than a normal dive. Bodies become entangled, wedged, or difficult to maneuver through narrow passages. Every movement has to be calculated. Every minute increases decompression obligations. Every mistake could result in another death. Still, they went ahead. They returned to Plura Grotta and descended once more into the depths that had already claimed 2 lives. This time the goal was not exploration, not documentation, not discovery. It was to bring their friends home. Against the odds, they succeeded. The surviving divers managed to retrieve the bodies of their friends from deep within the cave. They brought them back up through the same unforgiving passages, fighting exhaustion, cold, stress, and the constant knowledge that one wrong move could kill them too. It is almost impossible to fully grasp the emotional weight of that mission. Diving in silence, in darkness, knowing exactly what had happened there just days before, knowing that the same fate could easily await them. What's remarkable is what happened afterward. Despite the fact that the cave had been officially closed and diving there was forbidden, no charges were pressed against the survivors. Authorities recognized the extraordinary circumstances. They understood the motivation behind the recovery and the risks the divers had taken. The act was seen not as reckless defiance, but as an act driven by loyalty, grief, and respect for the dead. Both the original fatal dive and the recovery mission were filmed for documentary purposes. This adds another layer of unease to the story. Somewhere, there is footage of divers descending into the cave, unaware that 2 of them will never return. There is footage of the recovery, of people going back into a place that nearly killed them, to face the reality of what happened. The incident was widely reported in Finnish media. It struck a nerve with the public, not just because of the deaths, but because of the extreme nature of cave diving itself. Many people who read about it admitted they had never realized just how dangerous this kind of diving was. The combination of depth, isolation, and confined spaces is enough to trigger fear, even in people who are not normally claustrophobic. For me, the thought of it is deeply unsettling. trying to imagine being 130 meters underground inside a cave system that is not fully mapped. Knowing that solid rock surrounds you in every direction makes my skin crawl. There is no light except what you bring with you. No air except what is strapped to your back. No quick escape. If something goes wrong, help is not minutes away. It is hours away, if it can reach you at all. The tight passages are what get to me the most. Wide open water is one thing. Being forced to squeeze through narrow tunnels, knowing that if you get stuck you might not be able to free yourself, is something else entirely. At depth, panic is deadly. Your breathing rate increases. Your air supply drains faster. Your thinking becomes less clear. Everything depends on staying calm in a situation that feels designed to induce terror. What happened in Plura Grotta is a reminder of how extreme human exploration can be, and how thin the line is between success and disaster. These divers were not careless. They were skilled, trained, and prepared, and still, 2 of them died. The recovery mission adds a complicated emotional layer to the story. On one hand, it was incredibly dangerous and could have resulted in more deaths. On the other, it speaks to the deep bonds formed in such extreme pursuits. The survivors were not willing to abandon their friends, even when told it was too risky. There is something haunting about caves that claim lives. They don't just kill, they keep. They hold on to those who die inside them, sometimes forever. In this case, the cave did not get to keep them, but it came close. Even years later, the story continues to unsettle people. Not because of gore or violence, but because of the environment itself. The darkness, the cold, the pressure, the silence. The knowledge that humans willingly enter places where nature has complete control, where mistakes are punished instantly and without mercy. Just thinking about that dive gives me the creeps. The idea of being that deep, that confined in a cave system that is still not fully understood, is terrifying. It's the kind of fear that doesn't rely on imagination. It comes straight from reality. Plura Grotta still stands as a warning, a reminder that some places on this planet are not meant to forgive mistakes, and that sometimes, even the most experienced people can be overwhelmed by environments that simply do not care how prepared you think you are. When I look back on the years I worked at that apartment complex, what unsettles me the most isn't a single moment, but how normal everything felt while something deeply wrong was happening right in front of us. It's the kind of story that makes you question your instincts, your memories, and the people you thought you knew. Even now, knowing what I know, I still have trouble reconciling the person I believed he was with what he turned out to be. At the time, the job felt easy and familiar. The apartment complex wasn't fancy, but it was well kept. Tenants came and went, most of them young professionals, couples, and families just starting out. There was a steady rhythm to the place. Work orders came in. Maintenance handled them. Office staff did paperwork, dealt with complaints, smiled, and kept things moving. And it was one of those environments where you see the same faces every day and slowly start to feel like you're part of a small, slightly dysfunctional community. The maintenance man was one of the most liked people there. Everyone knew him. Residents trusted him. Staff trusted him. He had that laid-back, friendly personality that put people at ease immediately. He smiled easily, cracked jokes, and never seemed stressed. He was a stoner, openly so, and somehow that only added to his charm in the eyes of most people. He came across as harmless, almost gentle. The kind of guy you'd never associate with anything dark or threatening. I was actually friends with him, not just co-workers who exchanged pleasantries, but real friends. We'd talk, joke around, and smoke together sometimes. There was nothing about him that set off alarm bells for me. If anything, he seemed like one of the safer people in the building, someone you could relax around. That's what makes what happened so disturbing. One of the small quirks everyone knew about him was his habit of leaving his watch behind in apartments after completing work orders. It happened often enough that it became a kind of running joke. Residents would call the office and say the maintenance guy had left his watch in their bathroom or on their counter again. Someone would laugh, make a comment about how forgetful he was, and then arrange for him to come pick it up. No one thought much of it. People forget things at work all the time. Tools, gloves, phones. A watch didn't seem unusual, and because he was so nice, so trusted, no one questioned his intentions. We all assumed it was an accident, but just another harmless flaw in an otherwise good guy. This went on for years. During that time, he was in and out of countless apartments, bathrooms, bedrooms, private spaces. He saw people at their most vulnerable, though at the time we thought it was just the unavoidable reality of maintenance work. Someone fixing a sink or checking a pipe might briefly see personal things, but there was an unspoken trust that boundaries were respected. That trust was a lie. What no one realized was that the watch he kept forgetting wasn't just a watch. It contained a hidden camera, a spy cam, and he wasn't leaving it behind by accident. He was placing it deliberately, positioning it so it could record. He filmed residents in their bathrooms. He filmed them showering, using the toilet, undressing, standing naked in front of mirrors. Moments that were never meant to be seen by anyone else, let alone recorded. He turned the most private parts of people's lives into something he could watch later, over and over again, without their knowledge or consent. The part that chills me the most is how long it went unnoticed. Years passed without suspicion. No one questioned why the watch kept showing up in the same kinds of places. No one wondered why it was always bathrooms. No one thought to inspect it. Why would they? He was nice. He was friendly. He was someone people trusted. And trust, once given, can blind you. I didn't find out while I was still working there. I left the job for unrelated reasons, moved on with my life, and rarely thought about the apartment complex or the people who worked there. To me, that chapter was closed. Then, about a year after I left, I got a phone call that turned my stomach. It was from a lawyer. At first, I thought it was a mistake. He asked me if I had worked at a particular apartment complex and if I knew a certain maintenance employee by name. When he said the name, my heart dropped. Of course, I knew him. We'd worked together. We'd been friends. The lawyer explained carefully, professionally, that there was an investigation underway. He wanted to know if I had any information that might be relevant, if I had noticed anything unusual, if I had ever heard complaints, if I knew anything about the maintenance man's habits. That was how I learned the truth. As the lawyer spoke, pieces of memory started rearranging themselves in my mind. The jokes about the forgotten watch, the casual way everyone brushed it off, the fact that it always seemed to be left behind in bathrooms. Things that meant nothing at the time suddenly felt sickeningly obvious. I felt nauseous, violated, even though I hadn't been one of the victims. The idea that someone I trusted, someone I spent time with, was secretly recording people like that made my skin crawl. It felt like a betrayal, not just of the residents, but of everyone who had ever believed he was harmless. I answered the lawyer's questions honestly. I told him what I knew, which wasn't much beyond what everyone knew, that he was friendly, that people trusted him, that the watch thing had been common knowledge, but treated as a joke. There was no dramatic revelation on my end, no moment where I suddenly remembered seeing something incriminating. Just the slow, awful realization that sometimes there are no warning signs. After the call ended, I sat there for a long time, just staring at nothing. What haunted me most was thinking about the residents, the people who had lived their lives in those apartments, unaware that their privacy had been stolen. people who took showers after long days, who got ready for work in the morning, who had vulnerable moments alone, all while being watched by someone they likely smiled at in the hallway. I wondered how many people were affected, how many recordings existed, how long he had been doing it before anyone caught on, and how many people might never know that their most private moments were violated. It also made me question my own judgment. I had considered him a friend. I had trusted him. I had shared space with him, smoked with him, laughed with him. If he could do something like that and hide it so completely, what did that say about how well we really know anyone? The thing about predators like that is that they don't look like monsters. They don't act like villains from movies. They blend in. They are polite. They are helpful. They are the last people you'd suspect. And that's exactly how they get away with it for so long. What still unsettles me is how easily the situation could have continued if one small thing hadn't gone wrong. If someone hadn't noticed something odd about the watch. If no one had taken a closer look. If trust hadn't finally cracked just enough to let the truth out. I don't know all the details of how he was caught. I don't know exactly what tipped authorities off or how extensive the evidence was. What I do know is that it went on for years without anyone realizing, and that knowledge sits heavy with me. Sometimes I think about how many times I might have defended him if someone had raised a concern while I still worked there. How easily I might have said, "No, he's a good guy," or "He'd never do something like that." That thought scares me almost as much as what he did, because it means that evil doesn't always announce itself. Sometimes it wears a smile, shows up to fix your sink, and leaves behind something you assume was forgotten. After I learned the truth, I couldn't stop replaying memories in my head. Conversations, jokes, moments where he seemed normal. None of them revealed what he was hiding. There was no crack in the mask that I could point to and say, that was it. That was the warning. And that's the part that sticks with me. Not just that something horrible happened, but that it happened quietly, comfortably, in a place built on routine and trust. That it took advantage of people's kindness and assumptions. That it reminds you how vulnerable you can be without ever realizing it. Even now, years later, I think about that call from the lawyer, how casually it started, how quickly it changed the way I saw an entire period of my life. I think about how many people probably still struggle with what they went through, knowing their privacy was stolen by someone they trusted. It's a reminder that sometimes the scariest stories aren't loud or violent. Sometimes they unfold slowly, unnoticed, hiding behind normalcy and familiarity. Sometimes the person you'd least expect is the one doing the most damage. And sometimes you don't find out until long after you've already walked away, when a phone rings and someone on the other end tells you that the nice guy everyone trusted was never who he seemed to be at all. In North Carolina, there's a restaurant called Yellow Deli, and on the surface, it feels like one of those places you stumble into and immediately want to tell other people about. The building itself looks warm and inviting, almost like it belongs in another era. Old wood, soft lighting, handmade details, the kind of place that feels cozy the moment you walk in. It doesn't feel corporate or rushed. It feels intentional, thoughtful, comfortable. The food is genuinely good, not just fine for a quirky place, but actually good. Fresh bread, hearty sandwiches, soups, simple food done well. The kind of meals that make you slow down without realizing it. The staff are friendly in a way that feels almost excessive at first. They're calm, patient, attentive. They smile a lot. They remember faces. They don't seem stressed. Even when the place is busy. If you didn't know anything else, you'd walk out thinking you'd just found a hidden gem. Most people do exactly that. It's only later when someone mentions the place again or you decide to look it up out of curiosity that things start to feel off. Because once you look into it, the atmosphere doesn't feel so harmless anymore. The truth is that everyone who works at the Yellow Deli is part of a religious cult, not a metaphorical cult the way people sometimes exaggerate about strict churches or intense communities, but an actual organized cult with a long and deeply troubling history. The restaurant isn't just a business. It's a recruitment tool, a front, a way to appear wholesome, welcoming, and harmless to the outside world. The group behind the Yellow Deli traces back to a man named Eugene Gene Spriggs. He was a deeply religious man who believed mainstream Christianity had failed. According to accounts from former members and investigators, his ideas grew more extreme over time. One commonly told origin story is that he became enraged when church services were canceled or disrupted because of something as trivial as the Super Bowl, and he took that as proof that society and organized religion had lost their way. Whether that specific moment was the true catalyst or not, what followed is well documented. Spriggs created a movement that framed itself as a return to true Christian living, community-focused, simple, devout, isolated from the corruption of the modern world. It appealed especially to young people who felt disillusioned, lost, or disconnected. People searching for meaning, people who wanted structure, people who wanted to belong to something that felt pure and purposeful. At first, it didn't look dangerous. People were invited in gently, shared meals, conversations about faith, the promise of a close-knit community that took care of one another, a life free from materialism and chaos. For someone who felt adrift, it could feel like an answer to prayers. But once someone joined, things changed. Leaving was not encouraged. In fact, according to former members, leaving was treated as betrayal. People who tried to leave were reportedly threatened, not just spiritually, but physically. There are accounts of Spriggs and other leaders telling members that if they left, they or their families would be harmed, even if those threats weren't always carried out. The fear they created was real and effective. Fear is a powerful leash. Inside the group, control extended into every part of daily life. Members were told where to live, how to dress, how to speak, how to think. Personal identity was slowly stripped away and replaced with obedience to the group and its leaders. Outside relationships were discouraged or cut off entirely. Family members who were not part of the group were seen as dangerous influences. Children suffered the most. Former members have described childhoods that sound more like punishment than upbringing. Children were beaten for showing joy. Smiling, laughing, or playing was seen as sinful or rebellious. Any sign of individuality or happiness was treated as something that needed to be corrected. Childhood, as most people understand it, simply didn't exist. And instead of play, children worked. They were forced to work in the kitchens of their communal homes and in the Yellow Deli restaurants themselves. Long hours, hard labor, no pay, no choice. Their work was framed as service to God and the community, but in reality, it was exploitation. The restaurants that felt so wholesome to customers were built and maintained, in part, on the labor of abused children. That's one of the hardest things to sit with when you think about the Yellow Deli. The disconnect between what you see and what's really happening. You sit at a wooden table eating fresh bread made by hand, and the person serving you smiles kindly and asks how everything tastes. You might compliment the food. You might comment on how peaceful the place feels. You might even think, these people seem really happy. But that peace is manufactured. The friendliness isn't freedom, it's expectation. The calm isn't comfort, it's conditioning. Many of the people working there have never known a life outside the group. They don't have the option to quit, to walk away, to decide they want something different. The smile isn't proof of happiness, it's proof of control. What makes the Yellow Deli especially unsettling is that, compared to some cults, it doesn't look extreme at first glance. There are no obvious warning signs, no locked doors, no visible guards, no overt violence happening in front of customers. That's what allows it to continue operating so openly. People assume that something truly dangerous would be easier to spot. But cults don't survive by being obvious. They survive by being subtle, by blending in, by wrapping themselves in comfort, routine, and familiarity. A restaurant is the perfect disguise. Food disarms people. Hospitality lowers defenses. Warm lighting and kind voices make it easier to believe that nothing bad could be happening behind the scenes. And yet, former members continue to speak out. They talk about beatings, about fear, about children growing up believing pain was normal and joy was sinful, about adults who stayed not because they wanted to, but because they were terrified of what would happen if they tried to leave, about lives spent working endlessly for a group that took everything and gave back obedience in return. What's chilling is how many people still don't know. The Yellow Deli continues to attract customers who have no idea who they're supporting. People stop in for lunch. They bring friends. They recommend it online. They leave glowing reviews about the atmosphere and the staff. And unless someone tells them or they decide to dig deeper, they never see the darker truth underneath. That's what makes this story stick with me. Not that the cult exists. Cults have existed forever. Not that people are manipulated. That happens all the time. What's disturbing is how close it hides to normal life. How easy it is to walk into it, enjoy it, and walk back out without realizing what you just participated in. It forces you to question how many other things like this exist in plain sight. How many places feel safe and wholesome because they're designed to feel that way. How often comfort is used as camouflage. The Yellow Deli isn't the most violent cult story you'll ever hear. There are no mass deaths tied to it. No single explosive event that forces it into the public consciousness. And maybe that's why it continues, because it exists in that uncomfortable gray area where the harm is ongoing, quiet, and easy to ignore. But the harm is real. Children beaten for smiling. Families controlled through fear. Lives shaped by obedience instead of choice. All hidden behind good food and friendly service. Once you know that, it's impossible to sit in a place like that and feel at ease again. And that's the part that lingers. The idea that sometimes the scariest places aren't abandoned buildings or dark woods or locked doors. Sometimes they're warm, welcoming, and full of people smiling at you, hoping you never ask the wrong questions. In the spring of 1846, a group of families and individuals gathered in Missouri with the same dream that pulled so many people west during that time. They wanted a better life. California, they believed, offered fertile land, opportunity, and a future that felt impossible where they were. Like thousands of others, they planned to travel along the Oregon Trail, a route that was dangerous but well known. People had made the journey before. There were guidebooks, stories, and at least some sense of what to expect. This group would later become known as the Donner Party. At the beginning, there was nothing especially unusual about them. They were farmers, parents, children, newly married couples, and older pioneers who had already lived hard lives. They traveled in wagons pulled by oxen, carrying food, tools, clothing, and the few personal items they could not leave behind. Spirits were high when they set out. Spring was the right time to travel, and they believed that if they kept a steady pace, they would reach California before winter. Originally, they were part of a larger wagon train. Traveling in numbers offered safety, shared labor, and reassurance. But along the way, the group faced a choice that would seal their fate. A man named Lansford Hastings had been promoting a supposed shortcut to California, later known as the Hastings Cutoff. He claimed it would save time and distance, allowing travelers to reach their destination faster than those who stayed on the traditional trail. Several families, including the Donners and the Reeds, decided to take this new route. They believed Hastings' promises. What they did not know was that Hastings himself had never guided wagons through the cutoff. His descriptions were misleading and in some cases outright false. The route had not been tested by wagon trains, and the terrain was far more difficult than anyone expected. When the group split off from the main trail, they left behind not just other travelers, but safety, experience, and time. Almost immediately, problems began to appear. The Hastings Cutoff led them into rough, unmapped land. There were no clear paths. Trees had to be chopped down so wagons could pass. Thick brush had to be cleared by hand. Progress slowed to a crawl. Days turned into weeks as they struggled through the Salt Lake Valley and surrounding terrain. The effort exhausted both people and animals. Oxen weakened under the strain. Tempers flared. Supplies were used up far faster than planned. Every delay pushed them closer to winter, though many still believed they could make it through the mountains before the snow fell. They were wrong. By November, the group reached the Sierra Nevada mountains. Under normal conditions, the pass might still have been possible, but that year winter came early and with brutal force. Heavy snowstorms hit the mountains, dumping feet of snow in a short period of time. The wagons became stuck. Paths disappeared under white drifts. The pioneers found themselves trapped, unable to move forward or backward. They built makeshift camps near what is now Donner Lake, using their wagons and whatever materials they could find. Shelters were crude and offered little protection from the cold. Snow piled higher and higher, cutting them off completely from the outside world. With each storm, hope faded. Food quickly became the most pressing concern. The supplies they had brought were never meant to last through an entire winter. As days passed, rations were reduced. Hunger became constant. Children cried at night. Adults grew weaker and quieter. Eventually, they made the decision to kill their oxen for meat. These animals had been essential to their journey, pulling wagons and carrying loads. Now they became the only thing standing between the group and starvation. The meat provided some relief, but it did not last long. Once the oxen were gone, desperation set in. People began boiling leather from shoes, belts, and wagon covers, trying to extract any nutrients they could. They chewed on bones, hoping for some trace of sustenance. Some even ate cloth from their handcarts. Hunger twisted their thinking and stripped away any sense of normalcy. As conditions worsened, deaths began to occur. Illness, malnutrition, and exposure claimed the weakest first, especially the elderly and young children. Each death brought grief, but also an unspoken realization. The dead represented food. Cannibalism was not an immediate choice. It was something people resisted, something that went against everything they believed. But hunger does not care about morality. Slowly, painfully, people began to cross that line. To preserve some sense of humanity, bodies were labeled with names, so no one would eat a close family member. It was a small, fragile rule in a situation where all rules had collapsed. By this point, word of the trapped pioneers had reached California, and rescue attempts were organized. The journey back through the mountains was dangerous, even for well-prepared travelers. Still, people volunteered. The first rescue party managed to reach the camp and take a group of survivors, many of them children. These rescuers knew they could not take everyone at once. The snow, the terrain, and their limited supplies made it impossible. Leaving people behind was agonizing, but there was no other choice. One woman could not bear the thought of being separated from her young daughter. She chose to accompany the group, despite the danger. The journey back was brutal. Cold, hunger, and exhaustion followed them every step of the way. Tragically, the woman's daughter, only 3 years old, died during the trip. The decision to leave the camp had been made in hope, but it ended in heartbreak. A second rescue party followed, but by the time they arrived, conditions were even worse. Many of the people they hoped to save were already dead. Only 3 were able to leave with them. The rest were too weak, too ill, or already gone. When the third rescue party finally reached the camp, what they found was almost beyond comprehension. They discovered a single man still alive. He was surrounded by human bones. Nearby was a bucket filled with human blood. The man was alive, but barely. He could not stop shivering from hypothermia. His body and mind were pushed far past their limits. In the end, only 48 of the original 87 people survived. More than half of those survivors had resorted to cannibalism to stay alive. The experience haunted them for the rest of their lives. Some tried to explain what they had endured. Others never spoke of it again. The Donner Party became a symbol of both human endurance and human desperation. Their story is not just about poor decisions or bad luck, though both played a role. It is about how thin the line is between civilization and survival, how quickly rules, beliefs, and identities can fall away when faced with starvation and death. They set out with hope, believing they were choosing a faster, better path. Instead, they found themselves trapped by snow, hunger, and fear. The mountains did not care about their dreams or intentions. Winter came all the same. Even now, nearly 2 centuries later, the story of the Donner Party remains unsettling. It forces us to imagine what we would do in their place, how far we would go to survive, and whether, when pushed to the edge, we would recognize ourselves in the choices they were forced to make. I was very young when this happened, and even though so many years have passed, the memory is still vivid in a way that surprises me. Some fears fade as you grow older, but others settle deep inside you and stay there unchanged. This was one of those moments for me. It wasn't just something scary that happened. It was something that shaped how fear felt to me for a long time afterward. I was 6 years old at the time, but the story really began a year earlier, when I was 5. One night, late in the evening, my mother had a friend over. The house was quiet in the way it usually is at night, when lights are low and adults think children are asleep. I remember running quickly behind the couch, trying to stay out of sight. I wasn't supposed to be watching TV, especially not that late, but curiosity got the better of me. My mom and her friend decided to watch a scary movie called Mama. Now, looking back as an adult, I know it isn't considered an extremely scary movie, but when you're 5 years old, your sense of fear is very different. You don't have the ability to separate fiction from reality very well. Everything feels possible. Everything feels real. And to me, that movie was the scariest thing I had ever seen. I watched parts of it from behind the couch, peeking out when I thought it was safe, then hiding again when something frightening happened. The images stuck in my head immediately. The dark scenes, the strange movements, the feeling that something unnatural was always lurking just out of sight. I didn't understand the story fully, but I understood the fear, and that was enough. That night changed something in me. After that, I started having nightmares. Not just once or twice, but regularly. I would wake up in the middle of the night, heart racing, convinced something was in my room. Shadows looked wrong. Sounds felt threatening. I slept with my blankets pulled tight around me, afraid to move. Those nightmares didn't stop quickly either. They followed me for years. I was still having them until I was around 8 years old. But back to the main night. After the movie ended, I finally went back to my room. My mom's friend had brought her son with her, and he was staying over. He was older than me, around 11 years old. There were 2 beds in the room and he was sleeping in the second one. I remember sitting on my bed still shaken and telling him how scary the movie was. I needed someone to understand how afraid I felt. I wanted reassurance, but he didn't care at all. He brushed it off like it was nothing. He told me it wasn't scary, that he had seen much worse movies, and that I was overreacting. At the time, that made me feel small and embarrassed. I already felt scared, and now I felt foolish for being scared. I stayed quiet after that, lying in bed, staring into the darkness, replaying scenes from the movie in my head. That should have been the end of it, but it wasn't. A year later, my mom's friend and her son came over again. By then, I was 6 years old. Even though a year had passed, I was still clearly scared of that movie. The fear hadn't faded. The nightmares had slowed down, but the images were still there, sitting quietly in my mind, ready to come back whenever I thought about them. He knew I was still scared, and instead of leaving it alone, he decided to use it against me. At some point during the visit, he told me to go into the basement bathroom and wait there. I don't remember exactly how he said it, but I remember trusting him enough to do it. He was older. He acted confident. I didn't think he would do anything truly bad. The basement itself already made me uneasy. Basements always felt colder, darker, and quieter than the rest of the house. Sounds echoed differently down there. The light never felt as bright, but I did what he said. I went into the bathroom and waited. I stood there alone, the door closed, the hum of the house barely audible above me. Remember feeling nervous, but I didn't know why. I told myself everything was fine. I was just waiting. Nothing was happening. Then, without warning, the door burst open. Before I could even react, he came into the bathroom wearing a Halloween costume. I don't remember every detail of it, but I remember that it was meant to be scary. He started screaming loudly, deliberately, right in front of me. At the same time, he shut off the light, plunging the room into darkness. Everything happened at once. The screaming, the darkness, the sudden movement. Then he grabbed me. My body reacted before my mind could catch up. I didn't understand it as a prank. I didn't understand it as a joke. To me, it felt exactly like the movie, like the nightmares. Like the thing I had been afraid of for a year had suddenly become real. I fell to the ground. I don't remember deciding to fall. My legs just gave out. I hit the floor hard and immediately started crying. Not quiet crying, not embarrassed. Crying. Full panic. Terror. My chest hurt. I couldn't breathe properly. I felt trapped, helpless, and completely overwhelmed. That moment felt endless. Eventually, the situation was stopped. Lights came back on. Adults intervened. But by then, the damage was already done. I was shaking uncontrollably, sobbing, unable to calm down. I remember feeling humiliated, scared, and betrayed all at once. It was the scariest thing I had ever experienced. Not because of the costume itself, but because of how real the fear felt. It wasn't playful fear, it wasn't excitement, it was pure panic. The kind that makes your body shut down, the kind that teaches you what terror feels like before you're old enough to understand it. That experience stayed with me. For a long time after that, I was afraid of dark rooms, especially bathrooms and basements. Sudden noises made me jump. Being grabbed unexpectedly, even playfully, made my heart race. The nightmares came back stronger for a while. My mind kept replaying that moment, mixing it with scenes from the movie until everything blurred together. As I got older, I understood that he thought it was funny, that he didn't grasp how deeply it affected me. But understanding that didn't erase the fear. It didn't change how real it felt at the time. What makes it worse is how small and powerless I was. I trusted him. I did what he told me to do, and that trust was used to scare me in the most intense way I had ever experienced. Even now, when I think about it, I can still feel that moment, the sudden darkness, The screaming, the shock of being grabbed, the way the floor felt when I hit it. Fear like that leaves a mark, especially when it happens so young. People often dismiss childhood fear as something harmless, something you'll just grow out of. But moments like that don't always disappear. They shape how you react to the world. They teach your body what danger feels like, even when your mind knows you're safe. That night in that basement bathroom, fear stopped being imaginary for me. It became something real, and even though I grew up, even though I know now that it was a cruel prank and nothing more, that moment still stands as one of the most terrifying experiences of my life. A couple of years ago, something happened that completely changed the way I think about safety, trust, and what people are capable of. Even now, when I think about it, there's a tight feeling in my chest that I can't fully shake. It wasn't something that happened to me directly, but it happened close enough that it felt personal, too close. The attack happened on the same street where my family was living at the time, not across town, not in a different neighborhood. It was less than a 5-minute walk from our house, a place we passed regularly without a second thought, a place that had always felt ordinary, quiet, and familiar. That's what made it so terrifying. From the outside, it was just another house on a residential street. Families lived there, people came and went, kids played nearby. Nothing about it suggested that something horrific would unfold there. And yet, one night, everything changed. A few people were brutally attacked and robbed inside that house. The details that came out afterward were almost impossible to process. What stood out most was that they were incredibly lucky to be alive. That phrase kept coming up when people talked about it. Lucky to be alive. And the more I learned about what happened, the more I understood just how true that was. One of the victims had his throat slit. Just writing that still feels unreal. A violent, deliberate act meant to kill. Somehow, against all odds, he didn't die immediately. Instead, badly injured and bleeding, he managed to escape the house. He stumbled down the street, desperate, barely holding on, and made it to another home nearby. He knocked on the door. Imagine being the family inside that house. You hear a knock late at night. You open the door and see a man standing there, severely injured, his throat cut, bleeding, clearly in shock. Most people wouldn't hesitate. You wouldn't stop to think. You'd let him in. You'd call for help. That's exactly what they did. They brought him inside and called 911. But the nightmare didn't end there. The man who had slit his throat followed him. While the family was trying to help, while they were on the phone with emergency services, the attacker walked right through the door. He used the moment of chaos and compassion as an opportunity. He attacked the family inside the house. The idea of that still makes my stomach turn. It wasn't random violence fueled by panic. It wasn't someone lashing out in a moment of desperation. It was calculated. He knew what would happen. He knew someone would open the door. He knew they would be distracted, focused on helping, focused on saving a life. And he used that exact moment to strike again. Thankfully, the police were already on their way. Officers arrived quickly and were able to stop him before anyone was killed. Miraculously, everyone survived. But survived doesn't really capture what they went through. They were all severely injured, physically and emotionally. Their lives were changed forever in a matter of minutes. When the news spread through the neighborhood, it felt like a shockwave. People stood outside talking in hushed voices. Parents pulled their kids closer. Doors were locked earlier than usual. Lights stayed on late into the night. No one could believe something like that had happened so close to home. For me, the hardest part wasn't just the violence itself. It was the mindset behind it. I couldn't stop thinking about what kind of person you have to be to do something like that. To slit someone's throat, knowing they might survive long enough to seek help. To follow them, knowing exactly what would happen next. to rely on human kindness as a weapon, to turn compassion into an opportunity for more violence. That thought haunted me. I kept replaying it in my head. The attacker knew someone would open the door. He knew someone would call 911. He knew there would be a moment of vulnerability, and he chose to exploit it. That level of cruelty and awareness is terrifying. It's not just violence, it's manipulation. It's using the basic instincts of good people against them. After that, my sense of safety was never the same. I started questioning everything I had always assumed. I had grown up believing that if someone was hurt, you help them. That if someone knocked on your door asking for help, you open it. That doing the right thing would protect you. That kindness was safe. Suddenly, none of that felt certain anymore. I found myself thinking, what would I do in that situation? If someone knocked on my door late at night, injured and desperate, would I let them in? Would I hesitate? Would I try to help from behind a locked door? Would I call 911 without opening it? And if I did hesitate, would that make me a bad person? Those questions didn't have easy answers. What made it even harder was knowing who lived nearby. My grandparents were right there. My nieces and nephew were right there. People I loved, people I wanted to protect. The idea that something like that could happen within walking distance of them kept me awake at night. For a long time after, I didn't sleep well. Every sound outside felt louder. Every knock, even during the day, made my heart jump. I checked locks more than once. I replayed worst-case scenarios in my head, imagining what I would do if someone came to the door in trouble, or if someone tried to force their way inside. I hated that fear had taken root like that, but I couldn't ignore it. The reality was that someone nearby had done something unimaginably violent, and they hadn't hesitated to hurt strangers who were only trying to help. The street eventually went back to normal, at least on the surface. The police tape came down. The news trucks left. People returned to their routines, but something invisible had changed. The sense of innocence was gone. The assumption that terrible things only happen somewhere else no longer felt true. What stays with me most is how thin the line was between ordinary life and absolute chaos. One knock on a door, one decision to help, one moment of trust. I still believe in helping people. I still believe most people are good. But that experience taught me that there are exceptions, and those exceptions can be devastating. It taught me that awareness matters, that caution isn't cruelty, and that protecting your loved ones sometimes means thinking through situations that feel uncomfortable to question. I don't blame the family who opened the door, not for a second. They did what most of us would have done. They acted out of compassion. The blame belongs entirely to the person who chose to exploit that compassion in the most violent way possible. Even now, years later, I think about how close it all was, how easily it could have been someone else, how easily it could have been my family. That knowledge doesn't fade. It sits quietly in the background, shaping how I see the world. That night proved something I wish I had never learned, that sometimes the most dangerous people don't just rely on force, they rely on our humanity. And once you realize that, it's impossible to unsee it. I still lock my doors. I still check on my family. And I still hope I never have to face a moment like that myself. But if I do, I know it won't be simple. Because after seeing what happened so close to home, I understand just how complicated survival, fear, and kindness can become when they collide. Around 2 months ago, something happened in my town that completely shattered the sense of safety most of us had taken for granted. I live in a small town in Connecticut, the kind of place where people recognize each other at the grocery store, where serious crime is rare, and where news usually spreads through casual conversation. rather than police tape and reporters. Things like this simply aren't supposed to happen here. That's why, when the story first broke, it felt unreal. A woman had gone missing. At first, the details were vague. People heard whispers before anything official was released. A woman hadn't shown up where she was supposed to be. No one could reach her. Her phone was silent. Hours passed, then days. Before long, it was clear that this wasn't just someone taking time to themselves or going off the grid. Something was wrong. Her name was Jennifer Dulos. Once her disappearance became public, the entire town seemed to hold its breath. Police launched a full investigation almost immediately. Search teams were organized. Roads were checked. Neighbors were questioned. Flyers appeared. Patrol cars became a constant presence. For a place like ours, it was shocking. People locked their doors more carefully. Parents kept a closer eye on their kids. Conversations everywhere revolved around the same question: how could someone just vanish like this? As the investigation continued, attention slowly began to shift toward her ex-husband. Jennifer and her husband had divorced a few years earlier, but the separation had not been peaceful. They were still locked in a bitter custody battle over their children. Court hearings, legal filings, and ongoing disputes had kept tensions high long after the marriage ended. People who followed the case closely began to notice that this wasn't just a distant legal disagreement. It was personal, emotional, angry. When police searched Jennifer's home, they found something that made the situation far more disturbing. Bloodstains were discovered in the garage. That discovery changed everything. Up until that point, there was still hope that she might be found alive. Maybe she had been taken. Maybe she had run. Maybe there was some explanation no one had considered yet. But blood in the garage suggested violence. It suggested a struggle. It suggested that whatever had happened, it likely began at home. As more information came out, the story grew darker. Investigators began tracking the movements of her ex-husband in the days following her disappearance. Surveillance footage became a key part of the case. Cameras in different areas captured images that raised serious questions. Video showed him and his current girlfriend dumping large numbers of garbage bags into dumpsters in Hartford, Connecticut. Not just one or two bags, but many over multiple locations. That alone was suspicious. Then came another detail that made people feel sick. Investigators believed he had also gone to an incinerator with garbage bags. The implications of that were horrifying. Incinerators destroy evidence completely. Whatever goes in doesn't come back out. The idea that someone might use one to dispose of evidence tied to a missing person was chilling. It suggested planning. It suggested an attempt to erase someone entirely. What made this even more unsettling was his line of work. He owned a construction company. Because of that, it wouldn't have been unusual for employees to transport materials, debris, or garbage bags as part of their job. If workers were asked to take bags to an incinerator, they likely wouldn't question it. It would have seemed normal, routine, just another task. That possibility made the situation feel even more disturbing, not just because of what may have been done, but because of how easily it could have been hidden in plain sight. As weeks passed, the investigation continued, but answers remained frustratingly incomplete. Then, more recently, another development surfaced. Some of Jennifer's bloodied clothing was found in a dumpster. That discovery confirmed what many people had already feared. She had been injured. She had bled. Whatever happened to her was violent. Still, despite all of this, the case remains unresolved. The investigation is ongoing. Evidence has been collected. Suspects have been questioned. But as of now, authorities have not been able to definitively prove the ex-husband's guilt in a court of law. There is suspicion. There are disturbing details. There are connections that feel impossible to ignore. And yet, legally, the case remains open. That uncertainty is one of the hardest parts. Living in the same town while this unfolds has been deeply unsettling. It's one thing to hear about crimes like this on the news, happening somewhere far away. It's another thing entirely when it's your town, your streets, your grocery store, your community. The places mentioned in news articles are places you've driven past, walked by, or visited without a second thought. People talk about it constantly, but often in hushed tones. There's fear, but also disbelief. Many still struggle to accept that something so horrific could happen here. Others feel anger, some feel helpless, everyone feels uneasy. What makes the case especially disturbing is how ordinary everything looked before it happened. Jennifer was a mother, a neighbor, someone living her life, dealing with the same struggles so many people face. Divorce, custody battles, stress. None of that is unusual. What followed was. It forces you to think about how quickly things can turn dark, how personal conflicts can escalate into something unimaginable, how the people closest to us can sometimes be the most dangerous. The fact that the investigation is still ongoing leaves a constant sense of tension in the air. There's no closure, no final answer, just unanswered questions and the knowledge that someone is missing, likely gone forever, while the truth remains just out of reach. For those who want to understand the full scope of what happened, the case has been widely covered. Searching Jennifer Dulos will bring up countless articles, timelines, and updates. Each one adds another layer to a story that already feels overwhelming. For me, though, it's not just a headline or a true crime case. It's something that happened here. Something that changed how safe this town feels. Something that reminds me that even in quiet places, even in communities where nothing ever happens, terrible things can still unfold. And the most unsettling part is that until the truth is fully uncovered, until there is real justice, that feeling won't go away. It lingers. It sits in the background of everyday life, a constant reminder that sometimes the most horrifying stories don't happen somewhere else. Sometimes they happen right where you live. I was told this story by my great-grandfather when he was still alive, and even now, years later, it stays with me in a way few stories ever have. He didn't tell it often, and when he did, it wasn't dramatic or exaggerated. He spoke about it calmly, almost quietly, but there was something in his voice that made it clear how deeply it had stayed with him. It wasn't just a childhood memory, it was a moment that had followed him his entire life. When this happened, he was only a small child. He grew up in rural Missouri, in a time when life was simpler in some ways, but also far more dangerous. Their family lived in a small cottage surrounded by woods and open land. There were no paved roads, no nearby towns, and no modern conveniences. Everything they needed came from the land around them. Water had to be collected by hand. Food was grown, hunted, or traded. Nature wasn't something you visited for fun. It was something you lived inside of every day. One day, his mother needed to fetch water from a nearby creek. It was about half a mile from their cottage, far enough that it required a deliberate trip, but close enough that it was part of their regular routine. She placed him on the horse with her, sitting in front so she could keep an eye on him as they rode. He remembered the horse clearly, steady and familiar, used to carrying them along the narrow path that wound through the trees. At the time, he didn't understand why his mother was so alert. He remembered her posture being tense, her eyes constantly scanning the tree line as they rode. As a child, he thought nothing of it. To him, it was just another trip to the creek. He was excited, curious, and full of energy, unaware of the dangers that surrounded them. When they reached the creek, she dismounted and helped him down. The water was shallow, only a few inches deep, clear enough to see the stones at the bottom. It was peaceful, quiet, and calm. Birds chirped overhead and the sunlight filtered through the trees. To a child, it felt safe, inviting. He stepped into the creek and began to play, splashing water with his hands, watching it ripple around his feet. That was when everything changed. Without warning, his mother began screaming, not shouting his name, not calling for help, screaming in pure terror. He remembered the sound of it clearly, even decades later. He said it was a sound he had never heard before and never heard again. It wasn't just fear, it was panic, urgency, and desperation all at once. She was shouting at something across the creek, her voice breaking as she yelled. At first, he didn't understand what was happening. He was confused, frozen in place, still standing in the middle of the water. Then she grabbed him. She didn't gently pull him out. She yanked him from the creek with a strength that surprised him, lifting him up and placing him onto the horse in one swift motion. He remembered her hands shaking as she did it. She climbed onto the horse behind him, turned it sharply and kicked it into motion. The horse responded immediately, sensing the urgency. It didn't hesitate. It bolted forward, hooves pounding against the dirt as they fled. As they rode away, my great-grandfather did something that would stay with him forever. He looked back. Behind them, on the other side of the creek, he saw it. A mountain lion. He described it as large, powerful, and terrifyingly fast. Its body was low to the ground, muscles rippling beneath its fur as it charged toward them. This wasn't an animal hesitating or watching from a distance. It was actively attacking. It had chosen its target, and it was moving with purpose. The creek offered no real obstacle. The water was shallow, barely slowing it down. He watched as the mountain lion entered the creek, splashing through it, closing the distance. He said it made it about halfway across before the gap between them finally began to widen. The horse had enough of a head start, just enough. They escaped. He remembered clinging to his mother as the horse ran, his heart pounding, his mind unable to fully understand what he had just seen. He didn't cry. He didn't scream. He was too shocked for that. He just held on, feeling the powerful movement of the horse beneath them and the frantic rise and fall of his mother's breathing. They didn't stop until they were safely back at the cottage. Only later did he begin to understand how close he had come to death. As he grew older, he realized something else that made the memory even more unsettling. His mother almost always carried a rifle with her when she went out, especially when traveling to the creek or through the woods. It was a normal precaution in those days. Predators were common and people knew the risks. She was careful, prepared, but for some reason that day she didn't have it. He never knew why. Maybe she thought it would be a quick trip. Maybe she had set it down and forgotten. Maybe she assumed it was safe. Whatever the reason, that single difference could have changed everything. If she had been slower to react, if the horse had hesitated, if the mountain lion had been just a little faster, the outcome would have been very different. There would have been no story to tell. No memory passed down, no future generations. That realization is what makes the story so frightening to me. It's not just about a close call with a wild animal. It's about how fragile existence really is, how entire family lines can hinge on a single moment, a single reaction, a few seconds of distance. My great-grandfather survived because his mother screamed at the right moment, because she acted without hesitation, because the horse ran when it needed to. If any one of those things had gone differently, I wouldn't be here. That thought has always stayed with me. When he told the story, he didn't dramatize it. He didn't talk about fear or trauma. He simply stated what happened. But there was something heavy in the way he spoke about looking back and seeing the mountain lion charging through the creek. That image never left him. He said he could still see it clearly, even in old age. He lived a long life after that. He raised a family. He worked, struggled, laughed, and grew old. But that moment, that narrow escape, remained a fixed point in his memory. a reminder of how close he came to being taken by nature before he ever had the chance to live. For me, the story carries a different weight. I didn't experience it. I didn't see the mountain lion or feel the horse running beneath me, but I exist because that moment ended the way it did. My life, and the lives of everyone who came after him, were balanced on the edge of a creek in rural Missouri with a predator charging from the trees. That realization is humbling and terrifying all at once. It reminds me that history isn't just made up of wars and famous events. It's made up of small, almost invisible moments. A mother screaming, a child being pulled from the water, a horse running fast enough, a predator falling just short. Sometimes survival isn't about strength or weapons or preparation. Sometimes it's about instinct, timing, and luck. And sometimes the distance between life and death is only a few inches of water in a creek. That's what makes the story so powerful to me. Not just the danger, but the closeness of it. The fact that everything I know, everyone I love, traces back to a moment where death nearly reached out and grabbed hold, but missed. And every time I think about it, I'm reminded of how easily the story of my family could have ended before it ever truly began. One of my co-workers told me this story, and even hearing it secondhand still makes my skin crawl. It's one of those situations that starts off so ordinary that you can easily imagine yourself doing the exact same thing she did, which is probably why it's so unsettling. She lives in a townhouse on the very top floor. It's a fairly normal place, nothing fancy, nothing run down. Just a quiet residential neighborhood where people go about their lives without expecting anything strange to happen. Like most townhouses, there's an attic space above her ceiling, not somewhere she ever had a reason to go. Every now and then, she would hear a faint rustling sound coming from above her. It wasn't constant, just occasional movement, usually at night when everything else was quiet. At first, she brushed it off completely. Old buildings make noise, wood expands and contracts, pipes shift, and if it was anything else, she assumed it was probably rats or some other small animal. She told herself she was overthinking it. Weeks went by, then months. The sounds would come and go. Sometimes she wouldn't hear anything for days. Other times there would be a soft scraping or shuffling noise that lasted a few seconds and then stopped. It was never loud enough to feel urgent, just enough to notice and then forget about. So she ignored it. Then one day the noise was different. It was louder, more deliberate, not just a quick scuffle or a random sound. It went on longer than usual, and it didn't sound small. It sounded like something shifting its weight, like movement with intention behind it. That was the moment she finally admitted to herself that something wasn't right. She decided it was time to call someone to deal with the problem. An exterminator, maybe, or maintenance. But before doing that, she wanted to be sure there was actually something there. She didn't want to sound ridiculous calling for help over something that might turn out to be nothing. So she decided to check the attic herself. She didn't go up there confidently or casually. She was nervous. Her heart was already beating faster than normal as she pulled down the attic access. She didn't climb all the way up at first. Instead, she slowly raised herself just enough to get a view inside. But even then, she didn't want to stick her head up there. Something about the space felt wrong. Instead of looking directly, she pulled out her phone and held it up into the opening. She snapped a photo, figuring she could look at it safely on her screen afterward. If it was rats, she'd see signs of them. If it was nothing, she'd feel silly but relieved. She lowered herself back down and looked at the photo. What she saw made her blood run cold. There was a man in her attic, not crouched like he had just climbed in, not frozen like he had been caught off guard. He was positioned in a way that made it clear he had been there for a long time. There were belongings around him, items, placed deliberately. It wasn't someone passing through, it was someone living there. He had been sleeping above her ceiling, watching her come and go, listening to her life from just a few feet away. She told me that her body went completely numb when she realized what she was looking at. For a moment she couldn't even scream. Her mind struggled to catch up with the reality of it. All those nights she had been alone in her home, feeling safe, unaware that someone was right above her the entire time. She immediately called the police. Officers arrived quickly, and when they searched the attic, they confirmed what the photo had already shown. The man had been living there for quite some time. He had made himself comfortable. He knew the layout of the house. He knew her routine. As the investigation continued, things got even worse. It turned out he hadn't just been living in her attic. He had been doing this in multiple townhouses around the neighborhood, moving from attic to attic, finding access points, staying hidden, watching people without their knowledge. The police arrested him that same day. From what she was told, he had a history of doing this. He would find places where people rarely checked their attic spaces, especially top-floor units, and quietly move in. Some of the residents had heard noises too. Most of them had ignored it, just like she had. That realization hit her hard. If the noise hadn't gotten louder that day, if she hadn't finally decided to check, there's no telling how long he would have stayed there. Weeks? Months? Longer? The thought of that still terrifies her. She showed me the photo once. I wish she hadn't. There's something deeply disturbing about seeing proof of a person hiding in a place you associate with safety. It wasn't blurry or unclear. It was unmistakable. A human presence where no human should ever be. Knowing that the photo was taken just feet below him, without him knowing at the time, made it even worse. That image still haunts me. Not just because of what it shows, but because of what it represents. The idea that someone can live so close to you, in your own home, without you knowing. That the sounds you dismiss, the instincts you ignore, might be warning you about something far more dangerous than you ever imagined. Every time I hear a strange noise in my own house now, I think about that story. I think about how easy it is to explain things away, how comforting denial can be, and how terrifying it is to realize that sometimes the thing you're afraid of really is there, waiting quietly just out of sight. I want to start by explaining something important about myself, because it adds context to why this experience was so terrifying. At the time this happened, I was a small 23-year-old woman. I wasn't particularly strong, I didn't have any self-defense training, and I had never been in a situation where I genuinely feared for my safety like this before. That alone made everything feel amplified, but there were other factors that made it even worse. Not long before this happened, I had gone through a breakup with my ex. We had been living together, and after the breakup, he moved out. That left me alone in the house we had shared. It was a 3-bedroom, 1.5-bath house, which suddenly felt far too big for one person. I stayed there with our animals, trying to convince myself that I was fine and that I didn't need to be scared just because I was on my own for the first time. In reality, I was already a little on edge. It was my first time living alone. Every sound felt louder. Every creak of the house made me pause. I double-checked locks more often than I ever had before. I told myself this was normal, that it would pass once I got used to being alone. I didn't want to feel weak or paranoid, so I pushed those feelings aside. That night, I went to bed like any other night. Nothing felt off when I fell asleep. The house was quiet. The animals were settled. I remember thinking that I was starting to feel more comfortable, that maybe living alone wasn't going to be as scary as I thought. Then, at around 2 in the morning, everything changed. I was asleep when my dog suddenly jumped off my bed, not slowly, not lazily. She darted off like she had been launched. Immediately, she started barking at the top of her lungs. This wasn't her normal bark. This was frantic, aggressive, full-body barking, the kind that makes your heart stop before you're even fully awake. I shot upright in bed, completely disoriented. Before I could even process what was happening, I heard something else. The sound of leaves crunching outside my bedroom window. My bedroom window faced the yard, and hearing that noise at 2 a.m. sent a shock of fear straight through me. Before I could calm myself or rationalize it, there was another sound. Someone tapped on my window. At first, it was light, almost hesitant. I froze completely. I didn't move. I didn't breathe properly. I just sat there, staring into the darkness, listening. The tapping continued. It got louder, more deliberate, like whoever was out there knew someone was inside and was trying to get their attention. My dog continued barking like a maniac, throwing herself towards the window, growling and snapping in a way I had never heard from her before. Her reaction alone told me this wasn't nothing. This wasn't an animal. This wasn't the wind. Someone was right outside my bedroom. I sat there frozen for what felt like forever, but was probably around 2 full minutes. The tapping didn't stop. It got harder, more insistent. Every tap made my stomach drop lower. My mind raced through every horrible possibility. I didn't scream. I didn't call out. I didn't know what to do. Finally, pure adrenaline took over. I grabbed my phone, jumped out of bed, and ran out of my bedroom into the living room. I didn't even think about turning on lights. I just wanted distance between myself and that window. I stood there, shaking, heart pounding so hard I thought I might pass out. That's when I heard something even worse. There are 2 entrances to my house. One is the front door. The other is a door off the kitchen. I heard someone at the kitchen door, not knocking, trying to open it. I heard the doorknob being twisted back and forth frantically. Then the sound of someone slamming their body against the door, over and over again, trying to force it open. The only thing stopping them was the lock. I cannot describe the level of fear that hit me in that moment. It felt like my entire body went cold. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold my phone. My thoughts were a mess. I didn't know if I should hide, run, scream, or call for help. My first instinct was to call someone I knew. I called my girlfriend. She was my new girlfriend, not the one I had been living with before. I woke her up in a panic and tried to explain what was happening, my voice breaking as I spoke. I remember screaming into the phone, "What do I do? What do I do?" She didn't hesitate. She sounded instantly alert and terrified for me. She said, "What the hell? Call the police right now." As I hung up with her and started dialing 911, the noise at the kitchen door suddenly stopped. For a split second, the silence felt even worse. Then I saw him. Through the kitchen window, I saw a man's face. He was standing there, looking inside my house. Our eyes met. That moment is burned into my memory. I felt like I was going to throw up. I nearly lost control of my bladder from sheer fear. I had never seen this man before in my life, and yet here he was, in the middle of the night, staring directly at me through my window. He didn't look calm. He didn't look confused. He looked angry. He rounded the corner of my house toward the front door and immediately started doing the same thing there, twisting the knob violently, slamming on the door with his hands and body, yelling at the top of his lungs. I couldn't make out what he was saying. It was loud, aggressive, and completely unintelligible. It sounded like rage, not words. I finally got through to the 911 dispatcher. I was crying, shaking, barely able to speak. I told her someone was trying to break into my house, that I was alone, that he was yelling and trying to force the doors open. She told me that a patrol car was already nearby and that officers were on their way. She told me to stay inside and find a safe place. I didn't hesitate. I ran back to my bedroom. dragging my dog with me, and locked the door behind us. I hid as far from the door as I could, sitting on the floor, holding my dog tightly while she continued to growl and bark. Every sound outside made me flinch. I was convinced that at any second I would hear glass shatter or the door give way. Then, suddenly, everything went quiet. No yelling, no banging, no footsteps. The silence was almost worse than the noise. I stayed in my room for several minutes, barely breathing, afraid to move. Eventually, I forced myself to get up and carefully peek out, expecting to see police lights or officers outside. There was nothing. The patrol car was already gone. About 30 minutes later, my phone rang. It was an officer calling to explain what had happened. He told me that the man had been extremely drunk and had mistaken my house for his own. He believed his wife had locked him out, which was why he was so angry and trying to get inside. Hearing that explanation didn't make me feel better. If anything, it made my stomach twist. Drunk people don't think clearly. Drunk people don't act rationally. Drunk people can become violent very quickly, especially when they're angry and confused. The fact that he thought I was his wife made it even worse. I can't stop thinking about what would have happened if my doors hadn't been locked. I lock my doors religiously, and that habit likely saved me. If he had managed to get inside and found me alone, terrified and half his size, I don't know how that situation would have ended. Even if he hadn't meant harm, confusion and alcohol are a dangerous combination. And if in his drunken state he had mistaken me for his wife, the situation could have escalated in ways I don't even want to imagine. That night changed me. I became more cautious, more aware. I trusted my instincts more. I stopped feeling silly for being afraid and started accepting that fear can exist for a reason. I still think about that night sometimes, about the tapping on the window, about his face staring back at me, about how close I came to something far worse. And every single night, without exception, I lock my doors. This happened about 4 years ago, and even now, thinking about it, still makes my hands feel tight on an imaginary steering wheel. It's one of those experiences that doesn't fade with time. It sits in your body. It changes how you react to headlights behind you, how you judge silence, how long 45 minutes can really feel. That night, I was driving my friend home from an out-of-state karate tournament. We had been gone all weekend, exhausted, sore, and just ready to be back somewhere familiar. It was late. Really late, around 2 in the morning. We decided to take the back roads through North Carolina instead of the highway. It seemed quieter, faster, and easier at the time. The road we were on felt endless. Miles and miles of farmland and woods. No gas stations, no stores, no houses close together. Just dark fields, tree lines, and the occasional mailbox reflecting the moonlight. The moon was bright that night, bright enough that you could see the outlines of trees and fences without needing your high beams. That almost made it worse. Everything was visible, but nothing felt safe. We were both tired but alert. I was focused on the road, keeping a steady speed, just wanting to get her home and then make the long drive back myself. Nothing felt wrong at first. The road was quiet, empty, peaceful in that eerie rural way. Then I took a turn. As I came out of the curve, I saw headlights pull onto the road behind me. At first, it didn't register as anything unusual. Cars exist. People drive at night, especially on weekends. I barely thought about it, but within seconds, those headlights closed the distance between us way too fast. The car behind me raced right up to my bumper. Not just close, uncomfortably close. The kind of close where you can't see their headlights anymore, only the glow. The kind of close that makes you instinctively check your rearview mirror over and over, hoping they'll back off. They didn't. They stayed right there. I slowed down slightly, thinking maybe they were just coming up fast and would pass me. The road was empty. There was nothing stopping them. But they didn't pass. They stayed glued to me, matching every move I made. A couple of minutes passed, then more. That's when the fear started creeping in. I tried to stay calm. I reminded myself that people tailgate sometimes. Maybe they were impatient. Maybe they were drunk. Maybe they were just being an asshole. I didn't want to jump to worst-case scenarios, but something felt wrong. My friend noticed it too. She didn't say anything at first, but I could feel the tension shift in the car. The silence became heavier. Eventually she asked quietly, "Are they following us?" I didn't answer right away because I didn't want to say yes out loud. At the time, I wanted to go into law enforcement. I had that mindset of staying calm, observing, not panicking. My friend was a country girl, tough, used to back roads and darkness, so we both put on brave faces. We joked a little. We told ourselves it was nothing, but honestly, we were terrified. The car stayed on my bumper for miles. No flashing lights, no attempt to pass, no honking. Just relentless pressure, like they were hurting us, pushing us forward. I started taking turns faster than I normally would, then faster than I should have. I pushed the speed up to 70, then 80, sometimes more. These were cracked concrete back roads, uneven and poorly lit. Deer country, the kind of place where one wrong move ends everything. I kept thinking, please don't let a deer jump out. Please don't let a tire blow. Please don't let me lose control. The car behind me never backed off. They took every turn with us, stayed just as close, never passed. At that point, the fear was no longer abstract. It was physical. My chest felt tight. My hands started to ache from gripping the wheel so hard. Time slowed down in that awful way where every second stretches, but you're painfully aware of how long it's been going on. We talked about calling the police. Then reality hit us. We were deep in unfamiliar back roads. No clear landmarks. No idea where we actually were. We didn't even know if we had cell service strong enough to reach a 911 dispatcher. And if we did get through, what would we tell them? We're on a dark road somewhere between nowhere, and someone is chasing us. 45 minutes. That's how long it went on. 45 minutes of speeding, heart pounding, checking mirrors, trying to think clearly while panic ate away at our nerves. At some point, my body started to feel shaky, like adrenaline was burning through everything I had. We started talking about what would happen when we reached her house. Her driveway was long, dark, surrounded by woods, no nearby neighbors, no lights until you were almost all the way up. I kept imagining the car pulling in behind us, blocking us in. I imagined doors opening. I imagined footsteps on gravel. I told her what I had on me. I had an ice pick in the glove box, a pocket knife in my purse. Saying it out loud made everything feel horrifyingly real. We weren't talking about fear anymore. We were talking about survival. As we got closer to her place, the road eventually led to the last stop sign before her driveway. That stop sign sat at a split in the road. One lane led toward her house. The other lane led back toward our hometown. I slowed down as we approached it, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst. The car behind me pulled into the turn lane, beside me. As they slowly rolled up next to my driver's side window, I was certain, absolutely certain, that this was it. I truly believed that in the next few seconds, something terrible was going to happen. My body went cold. My vision narrowed. I could barely hear anything over the sound of my own heartbeat. And then I saw the writing on the side of the car. County Sheriff. It was a sheriff's deputy. I felt a wave of emotions crash into me all at once. Shock, confusion, rage, relief that twisted into something ugly. My hands were shaking so badly I had to force myself to keep the car steady. The deputy didn't look at us, didn't acknowledge us, didn't say anything. They turned toward town and drove away. Just like that, after 45 minutes of terror, after pushing us to unsafe speeds on dangerous roads, after making two young women believe they were about to be assaulted or killed, they just left. We sat there for a moment in stunned silence. Neither of us spoke. The adrenaline drained out of my body so fast it made me feel sick. I pulled onto her driveway, parked, and only then did I realize how badly my legs were shaking. I stayed with her for a while to make sure she was okay before driving home myself. The rest of the night passed in a blur, but that stretch of road has never left me. To this day, I still don't know why that deputy did what they did. Maybe they were running plates. Maybe they suspected something. Maybe they thought they were teaching a lesson. Or maybe they just didn't think about what it feels like to be on the other side of that badge, alone on a dark road with no context and no explanation. All I know is this: that night taught me how thin the line is between authority and terror, how easily fear can be created without a single word spoken, and how dangerous it is when someone with power forgets that the people there behind the wheel of that cruiser aren't just silhouettes in the dark. Fuck that deputy, because fear like that doesn't just disappear. It stays with you, riding quietly in the back seat every time headlights pull in too close behind you on an empty road. I attend a university outside my home city, so for most of the year I live in student accommodation near campus. That arrangement usually works fine, but this particular year my accommodation contract ended a week before my final exam. At the time, I didn't think much of it. I assumed I would figure something out when the time came. As the exam got closer, I realized I didn't really have a solid plan, and like many students, I relied heavily on last-minute studying. It isn't responsible, but cramming the night before had saved me more than once. My idea was simple. I would go to the university library, which is usually open 24/7, and pull an all-nighter there. I figured I could study through the night, take my exam in the morning, and then head home. It wasn't ideal, but it felt manageable. On the night before the exam, I packed my bag, grabbed my notes, and headed toward the library just before midnight. When I arrived, my plan fell apart almost immediately. The building was dark. At first, I thought maybe I had gone to the wrong entrance, but as I walked closer, I saw a sign taped to the door saying the library was closed for emergency maintenance. There was no explanation, no time listed for reopening, nothing. I just stood there for a moment staring at the door, feeling the weight of panic settle in. My entire plan depended on that library being open, and now I had nowhere to go. I checked my phone, hoping maybe another study space on campus was open, but everything nearby was closed. At that point, my only real option was to find somewhere to stay for the night. Going all the way home wasn't realistic, and I couldn't just wander around until morning. I decided to look for a hotel where I could at least sit, study, and maybe get a little rest. I opened a booking app on my phone and started searching. Almost every hotel near campus was far more expensive than I could afford. The prices seemed ridiculous for a single night, especially for a student already stressed about exams. As I scrolled, I noticed one hotel that stood out because it was much cheaper than the others. The price almost felt too good to be true, but at that point I was tired, frustrated, and running out of options. The hotel wasn't very close. According to my map, it was about a 30-minute walk away. I hesitated for a moment, but I convinced myself that it was better than nothing. I put my phone away and started walking. The road to the hotel was long, dark, and almost completely silent. There were very few streetlights, and the ones that were there gave off a weak, yellow glow. There were no cars, no people, and no open shops. With every step, my nerves grew worse. I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting someone to appear behind me. I tried to tell myself I was being dramatic, that it was just late and my imagination was running wild. After what felt like forever, I finally saw a light in the distance. As I got closer, I realized it was the hotel. I felt a wave of relief wash over me. I remember thinking that once I was inside, I would finally be safe. Whatever stress I felt on the walk would be gone, replaced by a locked door and a quiet room. Looking back, that thought feels painfully naive. The building itself looked old, almost Victorian in style. The exterior was worn, and the place had a strange, outdated feel to it. When I stepped inside, the lobby was dimly lit and completely empty. There was a reception desk, but no one was behind it. The silence inside the building felt heavier than the silence outside. I stood there for a moment, unsure of what to do, then rang the bell on the desk. Nothing happened. I rang it again, louder this time. Still nothing. Just as I was starting to wonder if the hotel was even open, I noticed movement at the top of the staircase. A tall man was standing there, staring down at me. There was something off about him immediately. I can't fully explain it, but his presence made my skin crawl. He didn't smile or greet me. He just stood there, watching. I asked him if he worked there. He told me he didn't and said he was just another guest. That should have been the end of the interaction, but instead, he started asking me questions. Where I was from, why I was there so late, whether I was alone, how long I was staying. Each question made me more uncomfortable. I answered, but I kept my responses vague and tried not to give away too much information. After a short while, he stopped talking and slowly went back up the stairs. As soon as he disappeared, I heard loud banging from somewhere upstairs, followed by shouting. The noise was sudden and aggressive, and it made my heart start racing. I had no idea what was happening, and I seriously considered leaving right then. But before I could decide, a member of the reception staff appeared behind the desk as if nothing unusual had happened. I booked a room as quickly as I could. The receptionist didn't seem alarmed or concerned, which made me second-guess my fear. Maybe I was overreacting. Maybe the noises upstairs were unrelated. I took my key and headed toward the stairs. As I made my way up to my room, I heard knocking on a door somewhere down the hallway, followed by raised voices. It sounded tense, but I couldn't make out what was being said. I reached my room, unlocked the door, and went inside, locking it behind me. I barely had time to set my bag down when I heard more knocking, this time closer. Then came a knock on my own door. My stomach dropped. I opened it slightly and saw the same strange man standing there. He asked me if I was alone. Instinct kicked in, and I lied. I told him I had a friend coming over in 5 minutes. He asked if he could come inside and wait. I said no. As soon as I refused, his demeanor changed. He tried to push his way into the room. I panicked but managed to resist, forcing the door shut and locking it. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely turn the lock. I stood there, frozen, listening for any sound outside. After what felt like forever, the hallway went quiet. For about 10 minutes, nothing happened. I sat on the bed, heart pounding, trying to calm myself down. I told myself that the situation was probably over. Maybe he had just been drunk or confused. I wanted to leave the hotel, but I was too scared to open the door. I didn't know what else to do, so I pulled out my phone and put on a YouTube video, hoping the sound would help distract me and settle my nerves. I even thought that once I calmed down, I could get back to studying since my exam was only hours away. Not long after, there was another knock on my door. I held my breath and stayed completely still. Almost immediately, I heard footsteps moving away and then knocking on another door down the hall. I realized with a strange sense of relief that whoever was outside might have heard the voices from my phone and assumed someone else was with me. What followed was terrifying. After a brief silence, there was violent banging, so loud it made the walls shake. I heard screaming and shouting from the room next to mine. It sounded like a struggle. I genuinely thought someone was about to be killed. I was shaking so badly I felt like I might pass out. Not long after that, police sirens filled the air. Officers arrived and quickly took control of the situation. They went door to door, questioning everyone on the floor, taking statements and personal details. The man was gone. To my knowledge, he had fled before the police arrived. Later, I spoke to the person staying in the room next to mine. He told me that the man had broken down his door and attacked him with a knife. Somehow, he managed to avoid serious injury. He was shaken, but physically okay. Over time, he returned to the police station several times to give additional statements. He later told me that police informed him the attacker was a prime suspect in previous violent incidents and possibly a murder. I don't know whether the man was ever caught. I never received an update, and I didn't follow up with the police myself. At the time, I was only 19 and overwhelmed. I honestly didn't even know whether calling the police myself earlier would have been the right thing to do. I had assumed the situation was resolved after the first confrontation, and I had no idea how dangerous it truly was. Looking back, I realize how lucky I was. If I hadn't lied about having a friend coming over, if I hadn't played that video on my phone, or if I had opened the door again, things could have ended very differently. Since that night, I have never chosen a cheap hotel just to save money. No matter the distance or price, my safety always comes first. Sorry to interrupt. If you're new here,